Imagine waking up one ordinary morning and watching the world disappear, not into darkness, but into an endless, blinding white. It's the kind of nightmare that doesn't ask who you are before it changes everything, and before long, you may find yourself wondering what you would become if every rule holding society together suddenly vanished. This is Blindness, the haunting novel by José Saramago. Inspired by his unsettling question of what might happen if an entire society lost its sight all at once, Saramago crafted not a story about blindness alone, but about the fragile line between civilization and chaos. First published in 1995, the novel has since reached millions of readers around the world, becoming one of his most celebrated works. Saramago, the Nobel Prize-winning author behind unforgettable novels like The Gospel According to Jesus Christ and The Cave, was known for exploring the deepest corners of human nature. His vision of blindness was later brought to the screen in the 2008 film adaptation, introducing its unforgettable world to an even wider audience. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling of this remarkable story, not a word-for-word reading of the original work, and as you listen, the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay with this journey, and along the way you'll discover fascinating facts about the novel, its creation, its adaptation, and the hidden details that make its story even more unforgettable. The story begins. The amber traffic light blinked on, and two cars surged forward, beating the red. Across the intersection, the pedestrian signal switched to a green walking figure, and those waiting stepped off the curb, their feet finding the white-painted stripes on the black asphalt. The drivers behind them kept their cars tensed, inching forward and back like nervous horses anticipating the lash. The pedestrians cleared the crosswalk. Yet the light for traffic remained red for a few lingering seconds, a delay some argued, when multiplied by every intersection in the city, was a prime cause of congestion. Finally, the green appeared. The cars lurched forward, but one vehicle in the middle lane did not move. From the outside it looked like a mechanical failure, a stuck gear, a dead accelerator, a broken circuit, or maybe just an empty tank. Pedestrians gathering at the next crossing watched the driver wave his arms frantically behind the windshield, while horns blared behind him. Other drivers got out, ready to push the stalled car aside, and pounded on the closed windows. The man inside turned his head left and right, his mouth moving, repeating the same three words over and over, his panic visible through the glass. When someone finally wrenched the door open, the truth came out in a ragged, desperate admission he could not see. His eyes looked perfectly healthy, bright irises, white sclera, wide and clear, but his face was a mask of anguish, brows twisted, skin wrinkled with distress. Then he covered them with his fists, as if trying to hold on to the last image burned into his mind, a red traffic light. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he repeated his blindness aloud, his eyes glistening even as he insisted they were dead. A woman in the crowd offered reassurance, suggesting it was just nerves, that it would pass. The traffic signal had changed again, and curious onlookers pressed in while impatient drivers farther back shouted for the police, assuming it was a minor fender bender. The blind man begged for someone to take him home, refusing the woman's suggestion of an ambulance. He only needed a guide to his building's entrance, which was nearby. Someone asked about his car, and a voice offered to drive it onto the pavement. Another intervened, volunteering to both manage the vehicle and escort the man home. Murmurs of approval followed. He felt a hand on his arm, guiding him into the front passenger seat, the safety belt clicking into place. Still weeping, he murmured his blindness, the words barely coherent. His new companion asked for his address, and through the car windows curious faces pressed close, hungry for news. The blind man raised his hands to his eyes, gesturing helplessly, describing his world as a mist, a milky sea, everything white, not the black he had always been told blindness was. The driver suggested it might be nerves, and the blind man agreed it was a disaster, then gave his address in a faltering voice, as if memory itself was dimming. He tried to thank his helper, but the man brushed it off, saying that today it was his turn. Tomorrow it might be anyone's. He was surprised they were still not moving, and asked why he was told the light was red, a color he would never see again. His home was close, but the pavements were clogged with parked cars. They couldn't find a space, and had to look in a side street, where the passenger door would be too close to the wall for him to climb out easily. He stepped out before the car was fully parked, left alone in the middle of the road, the ground feeling unsteady beneath him. Panic surged as he waved his hands in front of his face, swimming in that milky whiteness, his mouth opening to cry out for help. At the last moment, he felt a gentle hand on his arm, steadying him, reassuring him. They walked slowly, his feet dragging and stumbling on the uneven pavement. The man guiding him asked if anyone was home, and he explained his wife was still at work. He had left early that day, only to be struck by this calamity. The other man assured him it couldn't be serious. He had never heard of anyone going blind so suddenly, and the blind man reflected bitterly on his former pride in his perfect eyesight. At the building entrance, 2 women from the neighborhood watched him being led by the arm, but neither asked the obvious question. Inside, he thanked his guide and tried to insist he could manage alone, but the man insisted on accompanying him to his floor. They squeezed into the narrow elevator, and the blind man expressed his gratitude again, to which his helper repeated the same philosophy today. It was his turn. Tomorrow might be someone else's. On the 3rd floor landing, the man offered to help with the door. The blind man declined, fumbling with his keys, feeling the serrated edges, trying to find the right one by touch. He attempted the lock twice, and failed. His companion took over, and the door swung open on the 3rd try. He called inside for his wife, but there was no answer, confirming she was still away. He groped his way down the corridor, then turned back, his head cocked toward where he thought the other man stood, thanking him again. His helper offered to stay until his wife returned, an offer that suddenly struck the blind man as suspicious. He would not let this stranger a potential threat into his home. He quickly declined, insisting he was fine, and began closing the door, repeating that there was no need. Alone, he heard the elevator descend and sighed with relief. A habitual gesture made him open the peephole, but all he saw was a white wall. He could feel the metal frame against his eyebrow, and his eyelashes brushing the tiny lens, but the whiteness outside was impenetrable. Inside his own home, he recognized everything by smell, atmosphere, and touched the furniture, the silence, yet it all seemed to be dissolving into a strange, directionless space. He recalled childhood games of pretending to be blind, when he had concluded that even blindness might be bearable if memory held on to colors and forms. He had thought darkness was merely the absence of light, leaving things intact behind a black veil. Now he was trapped in a luminous whiteness, so total it swallowed not just colors, but the very essence of things. He moved toward the sitting room, his hand trailing along the wall, and knocked a vase of flowers to the floor. The water spread across the polished wood. He knelt to gather the flowers, but a shard of glass pierced his finger. Pain brought childish tears of helplessness to his eyes, still blind with whiteness, as evening darkened his flat. He fumbled for his handkerchief, wrapping it around the bleeding finger as best he could. Then, tripping and stumbling, navigating around furniture, he reached the sofa where he and his wife used to watch television. He sat down, placed the flowers in his lap, and carefully unwrapped the handkerchief. The blood felt sticky and strange without sight. It seemed like an alien substance, a threat to himself. He probed gently with his good hand, found the tiny dagger of glass, and extracted it with his nails. He wrapped the wound tightly to stop the bleeding, then leaned back, exhausted. A heavy weariness washed over him, more drowsiness than fatigue, but just as profound. He dreamed immediately of pretending to be blind, of closing and opening his eyes, and each time finding the world as he had known it, firm and unaltered. But beneath that reassuring certainty, a dull fear nagged at him. It might be a deceptive dream, one he would have to wake from, unsure what reality awaited him. In that half-wakeful state, he wrestled with indecision should he wake up or not, until his wife's voice broke through, asking what he was doing asleep with flowers on his lap. He slipped into a dream where he was play-acting at blindness, endlessly opening and closing his eyes, and each time, like a traveler returning home, he found the world waiting for him intact, unchanged, all its colors and shapes exactly as he remembered. But beneath that comforting certainty, a dull unease gnawed at him. Maybe it was a trick of the mind, a dream he would inevitably have to leave behind, and he had no idea what reality would look like when he did. Already hovering in that half-awake state that precedes full consciousness, he considered that lingering in indecision was pointless. There always came a moment when you had to take the risk. His own internal question broke through the fog. What was he doing with flowers on his lap, and his eyes clamped shut, as if afraid to open them? His wife's voice cut in, asking him the same thing, her tone pointed. She didn't wait for an answer. She began gathering the broken vase fragments and wiping up the water, muttering with undisguised irritation that he could have cleaned up the mess himself rather than sleeping as if it were none of his concern. He stayed silent, eyes squeezed tight, suddenly seized by a desperate hope. What if he opened them and could see? She noticed his bloody handkerchief, and her annoyance vanished instantly, replaced by concern as she knelt and gently unwrapped the makeshift bandage, asking how he had hurt himself. He willed himself to see her kneeling there right where he knew she was. Certain he wouldn't, he opened his eyes. She smiled and teased him for finally waking up. He was quiet for a moment, then confessed he was blind, that he couldn't see. She lost patience, scolding him for joking about such things. He wished it were a joke, but insisted it was true. She begged him not to frighten her, told him to look at her, that the light was on. He acknowledged, he knew she was there. He could hear her, touch her, imagine the light, but he couldn't see. She started to cry, clinging to him, demanding he say it wasn't true. The flowers had fallen to the floor, onto the bloodied handkerchief, and his finger was bleeding again. He murmured that he saw everything white, a sad smile on his face, as if to say that was the least of his worries. She sat beside him, embracing him tightly, kissing his forehead, his face, his eyes, reassuring him. It would pass. No one went blind that suddenly. He conceded. Perhaps. She pressed for details, how, when, where it happened, then stopped herself, deciding first they needed an eye specialist. Neither of them wore glasses. She couldn't think of one. She suggested the hospital, but he doubted there was an emergency service for eyes that couldn't see. She agreed, deciding to call a doctor nearby. She got up, still questioning him. He reported no difference in his sight. She switched off the light and asked if he noticed anything. Nothing. He said it was always the same white, as if night didn't exist. He heard her flipping through the phone book, sniffling, sighing, finally finding a number. She dialed, explained the urgent situation to a receptionist or nurse, insisted on speaking to the doctor, and repeated the details. Her husband had gone blind suddenly, didn't wear glasses, saw everything white. She thanked whoever was on the line, confirmed they would come right away. The blind man stood, but she stopped him, insisting she tend to his finger first. She retrieved supplies and bandaged the wound while asking about the car, realizing he couldn't have driven it himself. He explained. He'd gone blind at a red light, and someone had brought him home, leaving the car in the next street. She said she'd find it, asked for the keys, and he realized the Good Samaritan had never returned them. She searched briefly, then concluded the man had taken them in the car. The blind man regretted not letting the stranger stay, since then he couldn't have stolen the car. His wife cursed the thief, wishing him blind and robbed of everything. He was silent, head down in the taxi, asking himself why this tragedy had befallen him. She squeezed his hand, stroked his cheek, and he leaned on her shoulder, childishly thinking about no longer being able to drive, yet feeling a small relief that he could still form a coherent thought. At the surgery, his voice trembling, he asked what he would be like when he came out, shaking his head in despair. Inside the waiting room, his wife explained their situation to the receptionist. They were shown to a small room with other patients, an old man with a black eye patch, a cross-eyed boy with his mother, a girl in dark glasses, and two others with no visible issues. No one there was blind people didn't see ophthalmologists. His wife guided him to a chair and stood beside him. He heard the other patients' voices and grew anxious that the longer they waited, the worse his blindness would become, perhaps incurable. He fidgeted, about to confide this fear, when the receptionist called him in on the doctor's orders, prioritizing his case. The boy's mother protested, but the others only murmured support. No one wanted to risk the doctor's displeasure. The old man with the eye patch generously said to let the poor man go first. He was worse off. The blind man didn't hear. He was already entering the consulting room, his wife thanking the doctor but unable to explain fully. She only knew her husband was blind, and their car had been stolen. The doctor invited them to sit, helped the blind man into a chair, and asked directly what was wrong. The blind man recounted his story, leaving out the theft, describing the sudden blindness at the red light, the elderly woman's suggestion of nerves, the stranger who'd escorted him home. The doctor asked a series of questions about prior incidents, family history of blindness, diabetes, syphilis, hypertension, head injuries, age. The blind man answered no to all except his age, 38. The doctor examined his eyes with a scanner, finding nothing abnormal in the cornea, sclera, iris, retina, lens, macula, or optic nerve. He repeated the examination, still finding no lesions. Puzzled, he declared the eyes perfect. His wife clasped her hands in joy, but the blind man ignored her, asking why he was blind if his eyes were perfect. The doctor admitted he couldn't say more tests were needed. He mentioned the brain as a possibility, but doubted it. The blind man pressed if there were no lesions. Could there be a cure? The doctor said in principle yes, but out of caution wouldn't build false hopes. He prescribed tests and asked them to return with the results, advising them to call if anything changed. The blind man noted the aptness of the doctor's phrase, prescribing in the dark. The doctor pretended not to hear, wrote out the prescription, handed it to the wife, and told her to pay at reception. He accompanied them to the door, reassuring them not to despair. After they left, he went to the bathroom and stared into the mirror, murmuring in confusion. Then he returned to his consulting room and called for the next patient. That night, the blind man dreamed he was blind. The man who would steal the blind man's car hadn't started with any evil intent. His initial offer of help had been genuine, an impulse of generosity and altruism that even hardened criminals sometimes feel. A simple car thief exploited by the real owners of the enterprise. He was the lowest rung on that ladder. There wasn't much difference, when you thought about it, between helping a blind man only to rob him later and tending to a frail old person while eyeing their inheritance. The idea came to him naturally only as they approached the blind man's home, like buying a lottery ticket on impulse, with no particular hunch, just to see what might come of it, resigned to whatever fortune might bring. Skeptics would say opportunity plays a large part in such decisions. He preferred to think that if the blind man had accepted his second offer to stay until his wife arrived, generosity might still have won out, that the trust placed in him might have inhibited the criminal temptation. But things unfolded as they did. Once he started the engine and drove off, fear and remorse began to gnaw at him. He couldn't shake the thought of sitting where the blind man had been when his sight vanished, looking through the same windshield. Fear was an insidious monster, and remorse, a conscience with teeth, kept showing him the image of the blind man closing the door, saying he didn't need help, now unable to take a step without assistance. He focused intensely on the traffic, knowing he couldn't afford a single mistake. A police stop would mean prison. He obeyed every traffic light obsessively, slowing or speeding to catch greens, until he was so tense and disoriented that he turned into a side street without lights and parked. The car felt stifling. He lowered the windows, but the air did nothing to cool him. He wondered what to do. The shed where he had to deliver the car was far away in this state. He'd never make it. He'd be arrested or have an accident. He decided to get out, clear his head, take a walk around the block. Just because that poor wretch had gone blind didn't mean it would happen to him. He got out, didn't bother locking the car, and walked off. He'd gone no more than 30 paces when his own sight failed. At the surgery, the last patient was the good-natured old man with the black eye patch, who had spoken kindly about the sudden blind man. He'd come to schedule a cataract operation on his remaining eye. The patch covered an empty socket. The doctor had told him earlier that the cataract, a common ailment of old age, would need to mature before removal, after which he wouldn't recognize his own surroundings. After the old man left and the waiting room was empty, the doctor pulled out the file of the man who'd gone blind. He read it twice, reflected, and called a colleague. He described the case: a man who'd lost his sight, instantly, no visible lesions or malformations, seeing everything white, a thick, milky whiteness. He was relatively young, 38. They discussed the possibilities: agnosia, psychic blindness, amaurosis. But amaurosis was total darkness, and this blindness was white, the opposite. A white amaurosis would be a contradiction, neurologically impossible. The doctor admitted he was stumped. He'd recommended tests to buy time. They agreed to examine the patient together later. After hanging up, the doctor leaned back in his chair, then rose slowly, removed his white coat with weary movements. He went to wash his hands but didn't ask the mirror metaphysically what it could be. He'd recovered his scientific outlook. Variations and mutations were always possible. There were 1,000 reasons why the brain might close up like a late visitor finding his own door shut. He was a man with a taste for literature and a knack for apt quotations. That evening after dinner, he told his wife about the strange case. She asked what amaurosis and agnosia were, and he explained in layman's terms. Then he went to his medical bookshelf and methodically read everything he could find on both conditions, feeling like an intruder in the unfamiliar territory of neurosurgery. Late that night, he set aside the books, rubbed his weary eyes, and leaned back. The alternatives were clear. With agnosia, the patient would see normally, but his brain wouldn't recognize objects. With amaurosis, he'd see total blackness. But this man saw white, a uniform, milky whiteness. White amaurosis was a contradiction and a neurological impossibility. The brain couldn't perceive images and forms, but also couldn't be covered in white. He shook his head, despondent, having reached a dead end. His wife had gone to bed. He vaguely remembered her kissing his head and saying good night. The flat was silent. Books were scattered. He thought about what was happening and suddenly felt afraid, as if he himself were about to go blind and already knew it. He held his breath and waited. Nothing. A minute later, as he gathered the books to return them to the shelf, he first noticed he could no longer see his hands, and then he understood he was blind. The girl in dark glasses had only a mild case of conjunctivitis, easily treated with the drops the doctor prescribed. He'd given her his usual joke to remove the glasses only when sleeping, a line that had likely passed down through generations of ophthalmologists, and had never failed to get a smile. She had nice teeth, and knew how to show them. A skeptic might say her smile was just a professional trick, but she'd had that same smile since childhood, long before her future was written. To put it plainly, she was a prostitute, though social complexities of the era made such labels tricky. She did sleep with men for money, but she also chose her partners freely, and only when she wanted to, which might exclude her from the conventional category. She had a profession like anyone else, and in her free time, she indulged her body and satisfied her needs. In the broadest sense, she lived as she pleased, and extracted all the pleasure she could from life. It was dark when she left the surgery. She kept her glasses on. The streetlights and illuminated ads bothered her eyes. At the pharmacy, the assistant made a comment about how unfair it was that such eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, an impertinent observation that went against her belief that the glasses gave her an alluring air of mystery. But she ignored it. She had a client waiting, an old acquaintance, and she expected the encounter to be profitable in every way. He didn't mind that she couldn't remove her glasses. The doctor hadn't actually given that order yet, and he even found it amusing. She took a taxi to the hotel, already savoring the anticipation of pleasure, the first touch of lips, the first caress, the explosions of orgasm that would leave her exhausted and happy. She considered raising her rates starting today, a thought prompted by having just paid for a consultation. She had the taxi stop a block early and mingled with the crowd, anonymous and unashamed. She entered the hotel naturally, crossed to the bar to wait. She was a few minutes early. She ordered a soft drink and sipped it slowly, avoiding eye contact so as not to be mistaken for a common prostitute hunting for clients. When the time came, she took the elevator like a tourist heading up to rest. The elevator door opened conveniently. 2 guests, an elderly couple, got out. She pressed the button for the 3rd floor and found room 312. She knocked discreetly, entered, and within minutes was naked. At 15 minutes, she was moaning. At 18, she whispered words of love that no longer needed to be feigned. After 20 minutes, she began to lose control. After 21, pleasure felt like it was tearing her apart. At 22, she cried out in climax. When she came to, exhausted and happy, she said she could still see everything white. A policeman took the car thief home. The officer had no idea he was leading a hardened criminal by the arm. He was simply preventing the poor man from stumbling. The thief's wife was terrified when she opened the door to find a uniformed policeman with her husband in tow, looking miserable. She assumed he'd been caught stealing, and they'd come to search the house. A thought that was oddly reassuring, since you can't hide a car under a bed. The policeman informed her that her husband was blind and to look after him. The relief was short-lived. Her husband fell into her arms weeping and told her what had happened. The girl with dark glasses was also taken home by a policeman, though the circumstances were more piquant. She'd been naked in a hotel room, screaming, alarming other guests, while her client tried to escape in haste. Embarrassed of feeling entirely compatible with her mercenary trade, she could barely weep or lament when she was evicted unceremoniously, barely dressed. The policeman, ill-mannered and sarcastic, asked if she had money for a taxi, since the state didn't pay for such cases. She nodded, then murmured that she did, adding under her breath that she wished she didn't, meaning she felt she was being punished for her immorality. She told her mother she wouldn't be home for dinner, but she arrived early, before her father. The ophthalmologist's situation was different. He was at home when blindness struck, and being a doctor, he didn't surrender helplessly to despair. Even in his anguish, he remembered Homer's words, "A doctor is worth several men, not a simple quantity, but a quality." He managed to go to bed without disturbing his wife, lying awake for hours, snatching only brief sleep from exhaustion. He dreaded the morning, when he'd have to announce his blindness, yet he also yearned for the light of day, knowing he wouldn't see it. He knew he had to inform the health authorities about this potentially contagious, unprecedented form of blindness that appeared without prior symptoms. His own eyes had been in perfect condition, as had the blind man's. No lesions, no malformations. He recalled the detailed examination, how every part of the eye had appeared perfectly healthy. That man couldn't be blind, he thought, momentarily forgetting his own blindness. It was extraordinary how selfless some people could be. He pretended to sleep when his wife got up, feeling her gentle kiss on his forehead. Alone, he let out a brief moan, and allowed 2 tears, probably white, he thought, to run down his temples. Now he understood his patient's fears. He got up, fumbled for his dressing gown, went to the bathroom. He turned to where he knew the mirror was, but this time he didn't ask metaphysical questions. He simply reached out to touch the glass, knowing his image was there watching him, while he couldn't see his own reflection. His wife came in, greeted him affectionately, and he responded, then said something was wrong with his sight. She examined his eyes and said she couldn't see anything wrong. He told her he couldn't see, and added that he must have been infected by the patient he'd seen yesterday. Over the years, the doctor's wife had absorbed enough of his medical knowledge to know that blindness didn't spread like a contagion. It wasn't something you caught from a blind person's gaze. It was a private matter between a person and their own eyes. Yet here was her husband, a doctor, declaring himself blind and openly admitting he'd been infected. Who was she to doubt him, despite what she knew? Confronted by this irrefutable evidence, she reacted like any spouse, clinging to him in distress, asking what they would do. He said they had to alert the health authorities, the ministry. If it was an epidemic, measures had to be taken. She clung to the hope that no one had ever heard of an epidemic of blindness. He countered that no one had ever seen a blind man without apparent cause, and now there were at least 2. That he pushed her away violently, drawing back, fearing he might infect her. He berated himself for not thinking of it sooner. They'd spent the entire night together. He should have slept in the study. She refused to leave him, insisting she wouldn't abandon him to stumble around blindly while she watched from a safe distance. She took his arm firmly and guided him. It was too early to reach the relevant people at their desks. He reasoned that his report should go directly to someone in authority at the Ministry of Health. But when he tried, the low-level civil servant demanded more details before passing him up the chain. The doctor knew better than to declare an epidemic to a minor functionary. It would cause panic. The man insisted on knowing what he wanted to discuss. The doctor said it was confidential. The civil servant said such matters couldn't be handled over the phone and suggested he come in person. The doctor admitted he was ill. The functionary quipped that he should call a real doctor and hung up, pleased with himself. The doctor was stunned by the insolence, then murmured sadly that this was what people were made of, half indifference, half malice. He realized the only way was to speak doctor to doctor with the medical director of his own hospital service, letting him handle the bureaucracy. His wife dialed the number she knew by heart. He identified himself, said he was fine, and when the director came on, he asked if he was alone. He gave a brief clinical account which surprised the director with its dryness under the circumstances. The director asked if he was really blind. He confirmed he was totally blind. The director suggested it might be coincidence. The doctor insisted there was cause and effect, though no proof of contagion. He offered to trace the first patient from his files. The director asked if they should inform the ministry. The doctor said yes, but the director thought it premature blindness wasn't catching. The doctor countered that death wasn't catching either, yet everyone died. The director told him to stay home while he handled things. He'd send someone to examine him. The doctor reminded him he'd gone blind from examining a blind man. The director said it was too early to draw conclusions. 2 isolated cases had no statistical relevance. The doctor said unless there were more than 2, they ended the call. Half an hour later, the director called back. A boy had gone blind suddenly, seeing everything white, and his mother said he'd visited the surgery yesterday. The doctor confirmed it was the child with the divergent squint. The director was worried the situation was becoming serious. They agreed to inform the ministry. 3 hours later, the ministry called. They wanted the identities of the patients from the previous day. The doctor said the files had all the details and offered to accompany whoever was rounding them up. The ministry official curtly declined. The minister himself came on the line thanking the doctor for his zeal, assuring him they'd limit and control the situation, and politely but firmly ordering him to remain indoors. The doctor acknowledged, but the minister had already hung up. A few minutes later, the medical director called again, nervous and jumbling his words. 2 more cases of sudden blindness had been reported, a man found screaming in the street and a woman in a hotel. They needed to check if they were patients of his. The doctor didn't know their names. The ministry was going to collect his files. The doctor replaced the receiver, raised his hands to his eyes as if defending them, and said he was tired. His wife offered to put him to bed, but he said he wouldn't be able to sleep, and the day wasn't over yet. At almost 6, the phone rang again. The ministry and ambulance was coming to fetch him within half an hour. His wife packed his suitcase, his clothes, and also her own, though he couldn't see that. He vaguely thought he wouldn't need so many clothes but said nothing. She carried the suitcase to the door, refusing his help. They sat on the sofa and waited, holding hands. He wondered how long they'd be separated. She told him not to worry. After nearly an hour, the doorbell rang. She went to answer, but no one was on the landing. She spoke to them on the intercom and told him they were waiting downstairs with orders not to come up. The ministry was clearly alarmed. They went down in the elevator. She helped him into the ambulance, then fetched the suitcase herself. When she climbed in beside him, the driver protested that he could only take the patient. She calmly replied that he'd have to take her too. She'd just gone blind this very minute. The idea originated with the minister himself, a fortunate, nearly perfect solution considering both the sanitary requirements and the broader social and political implications. Until they could determine the causes of what an imaginative advisor had dubbed the white evil, and until a treatment, cure or vaccine was found, everyone who had gone blind along with anyone who had been in physical contact with them should be rounded up and isolated to prevent further contagion. The minister invoked the ancient practice of quarantine, borrowed from the days of cholera and yellow fever, when ships suspected of infection had to remain at sea for 40 days. He used the phrase, "until further notice," acknowledging it could mean 40 days, 40 weeks, 40 months, or even 40 years. The important thing was they stay contained. The Commission on Logistics and Security, rapidly formed to handle transportation, isolation, and supervision, presented options: an empty mental hospital, unused military barracks, a nearly completed trade fair building, and a supermarket about to go into liquidation. The barracks offered the greatest security but would be difficult and costly to monitor. The supermarket posed legal obstacles. The trade fair building would upset industry, given the millions invested. That left the mental hospital. It had a perimeter wall, 2 separate wings, one for the blind, one for the suspected, and a central area as a no-man's land through which newly blind would pass. When the minister raised concerns about staffing, the commission president assured him it wouldn't be necessary if anyone suspected turned blind. The others who still had sight would expel them immediately, and they wouldn't allow any blind person to move freely between wings. The minister gave carte blanche to proceed. The commission acted swiftly and efficiently. Before nightfall, everyone known to be blind had been rounded up, along with many who were assumed to be affected, traced through domestic and professional circles. The doctor and his wife were among the first taken to the empty mental hospital. Soldiers guarded the gate, which opened just enough to let them through. A thick rope stretched from the entrance to the main door, serving as a handrail. The sergeant directed them to it and warned them about the 6 steps. Inside, the rope split into 2 strands left and right, and they were told to keep right. The woman guided her husband to the nearest ward, a long room with 2 rows of gray-painted beds, the paint peeling, the covers and sheets all the same gray. She made him sit at the far end and went to explore. She found more wards, narrow corridors, rooms that might have been doctors' offices, dingy latrines, a kitchen that smelled of bad cooking, a vast refectory with zinc-top tables, and 3 padded cells with padded walls up to 6 feet and cork above. Behind the building was an abandoned yard with neglected trees and litter everywhere. Back inside, she found straitjackets in a half-open cupboard. When she rejoined her husband, he asked where they'd been brought. She was about to say, a mental asylum, but he anticipated her. He then realized she wasn't blind and insisted she leave, that she'd lied to stay with him. She argued it was pointless. The soldiers wouldn't let her pass the gate, and even if they could hear her, they'd pay no attention. She said she'd likely go blind herself soon anyway, and she was staying to help him and the others who would come, but warned him not to tell anyone she could see. He objected, saying this was madness. She replied that they were in a mental asylum. The other blind people arrived together. Apprehended at home, the man who'd been driving the car, the man who'd stolen it, the girl with dark glasses, and the boy with the squint, traced to the hospital where his mother had taken him. His mother hadn't come. She lacked the doctor's wife's ingenuity and couldn't lie, even for her own good. They stumbled into the ward, clutching at air, with no rope to guide them. The boy wept for his mother, and the girl with dark glasses consoled him, saying she was coming. Because she wore dark glasses and spoke reassuringly, it almost seemed as if she could see. The doctor's wife whispered to her husband that 4 more had arrived: a woman, 2 men, and a boy. He identified one as the blind man who'd come to his surgery, the other he didn't know. Both the child and the girl had been his patients. The new arrivals, making noise as they searched for places to sit, didn't hear the conversation. They assumed they were alone, their hearing not yet sharp enough from blindness. They settled on the first beds they found, the 2 men unknowingly ending up beside each other. The doctor's wife announced that there were 2 of them and asked how many the others were. The girl replied there were 4. The 2 men eventually spoke up, one reluctantly, the other with obvious displeasure. The doctor's wife observed their tension, their craned necks, their expressions both threatening and fearful, each person's fear and threat different from the others. She wondered what was between them. Then a loudspeaker crackled above the door. A gruff voice, accustomed to giving orders, demanded attention 3 times and launched into a prepared announcement. The government regretted having to exercise its duty to protect the population from the epidemic of blindness, provisionally called the White Sickness, and relied on citizens' cooperation to stem further contagion. The decision to gather the infected and those in contact with them had been carefully considered. Their isolation was an act of solidarity with the nation. The instructions followed: lights would stay on and couldn't be tampered with. Leaving without authorization meant instant death. Each ward had a telephone for requisitioning hygiene supplies. Internees would wash their own clothes. Ward representatives should be elected. Food containers would be deposited 3 times daily at the main door, separated for patients and suspects. Leftovers and containers had to be burned in the courtyards. Internees were responsible for any fire damage, couldn't count on outside help for fires, illnesses, or disorders. Corpses would be buried in the yard without formalities. Contact between wings was allowed. Only in the central hall those suspected who went blind would be transferred immediately, and the announcement would be repeated daily. The government expected every man and woman to do their duty. Good night. In the silence after the announcement, the boy's voice cut through a flat mechanical request for his mother, as if the words had been stuck on a loop and released at the wrong moment. The doctor acknowledged the grim reality: they were isolated, probably more than anyone had ever been, with no hope of leaving until a cure was found. The girl with dark glasses recognized his voice from the consultation the day before. He confirmed he was an ophthalmologist, she explained. She'd had conjunctivitis, but now it didn't matter since she was blind. The boy wasn't hers. The doctor asked if the child with the squint was the one he'd examined, and the boy confirmed it with resentment, hating having his defect mentioned. The doctor then asked if the man who'd gone blind while driving was there. The first blind man identified himself. The car thief muttered a reluctant yes, but the doctor pressed him for details. He was young, not the elderly cataract patient. The thief said he'd been walking along the street and suddenly went blind. The doctor nearly asked if his blindness was also white, but stopped himself. It didn't matter. They weren't getting out anyway. He reached for his wife's hand and she kissed his cheek. She looked at the 4 blind people, their small luggage at their feet, the boy with his school satchel, the others with weekend-sized suitcases. The girl and the boy sat close together with an empty bed between them. The first blind man and the thief sat facing each other without realizing it. The doctor urged organization, but the girl suggested he take charge since he was a doctor. He pointed out the futility of a doctor without eyes or medicine. His wife agreed. It might be difficult soon. The ward would fill, and people wouldn't accept authority they hadn't chosen. The girl conceded that perhaps it would be every person for themselves. One of the men abruptly stood, accusing the other of being to blame for his misfortune, threatening violence if he could see. His accusing finger pointed comically at a bedside table. The doctor tried to calm them, saying no one was to blame in an epidemic, everyone was a victim. The thief argued that if he hadn't helped the blind man home, he'd still have his sight. The first blind man countered that the thief had stolen his car. The thief denied it. The first blind man insisted. The doctor's wife tried to mediate, pointing out the car was outside, and they were inside, and they'd have to live together. The first blind man declared he'd move to another ward to get away from the crook. As he shuffled down the aisle, the thief attacked him, and they rolled on the floor, struggling and colliding with bed legs. The boy started crying for his mother again. The doctor's wife guided her husband to the fight, and with effort, they separated the 2 men. The doctor scolded them, warning that without outside help, they'd turn the place into hell. The first blind man whimpered about his stolen car. The doctor's wife said it didn't matter since he couldn't drive it anyway. The thief mockingly agreed with the doctor's suggestion that the car was where he'd gone blind. The first blind man gestured as if to escape, but didn't really try. The thief threatened that if he thought he'd get away with it, he was mistaken. He'd stolen the car, but the first blind man had stolen his eyesight. The doctor intervened, saying they were all blind and shouldn't accuse each other. The thief said he wasn't interested in others' misfortunes. The first blind man changed his mind about leaving. The thief mocked him, then warned the doctor he wasn't easy to handle when provoked. He fumbled for his bed, pushed his suitcase underneath, and announced he was going to sleep, implying they should look away while he undressed. The girl told the boy to get into bed and called her if he needed anything. The boy said he needed to pee. Hearing this, Everyone suddenly felt the same urgent need. The first blind man groped under his bed for a chamber pot, hoping he wouldn't find one to avoid the embarrassment of urinating in front of others, though the noise would be unmistakable. The thief cursed, wondering where to go. The girl protested his language in front of the child. The doctor's wife volunteered to locate the toilets, remembering where she'd smelled them. The girl offered to go with her, taking the boy's hand. The doctor suggested they all go together to learn the way. The thief silently suspected the doctor didn't want his wife to have to guide him every time he needed to pee, a thought that gave him a small, surprising erection, making him think all wasn't lost. The doctor proposed they form a line with his wife leading, each person's hand on the shoulder of the one in front. The first blind man refused to go anywhere with the thief. They could barely move in the narrow aisle, especially since the doctor's wife had to pretend she was blind. Finally, they formed a line. The girl with dark glasses led the boy by the hand, followed by the thief in his underwear and vest, then the doctor, and last of all the first blind man, safe from attack. They advanced slowly, groping for support. The thief, aroused by the girl's perfume and his earlier thoughts, put his hands to use, one caressing her neck, the other fondling her breast. She tried to wriggle free, but he held firm. She kicked backward as hard as she could, her sharp heel piercing his bare thigh. He cried out in pain. The doctor's wife turned the girl, claimed she'd tripped and injured the person behind her. Blood seeped through the thief's fingers as he moaned and cursed. The girl retorted that he shouldn't have been touching her. The doctor's wife understood and saw the nasty wound. They had no supplies. She offered to take him to the kitchen to wash it. The boy said he needed to pee. They told him to wait. The doctor's wife knew the way: turn right, turn left, follow a narrow corridor to the kitchen, but she pretended to get lost, retracing her steps before leading them straight there. The water from the tap was dirty at first, then ran clear but lukewarm and stale. The wounded man sighed with relief as it flowed over his leg. The wound looked ugly. She needed a bandage. The only rags under the table were filthy and unusable. The doctor ordered the thief to take off his vest. He complied, and the doctor's wife improvised a bandage, wrapping it tightly around his thigh and tying a rough knot with the shoulder straps. The thief noticed something unusual. She, not the doctor, had done the bandaging, but the relief outweighed his vague doubts. They rejoined the others, and the doctor's wife saw that the boy had wet his trousers. Neither the first blind man nor the girl had noticed. She said nothing, just suggested they find the lavatories. The thief, limping badly, changed places with the first blind man, the doctor now between them. The girl led the boy again, but he kept his distance, afraid someone would discover his accident. The doctor smelled urine. His wife confirmed it but couldn't reveal it. Came from the boy. At the lavatories they agreed the boy should go first, but the men all went in together. The women waited outside. The girl and the doctor's wife talked about how they'd lost their sight. The girl said it happened after leaving the surgery, not right away, with no pain. The doctor's wife said she'd gone blind the moment her husband got into the ambulance. The girl commented that was fortunate for him they could be together. The doctor's wife agreed. The girl said she wasn't married, and doubted there would be more marriages now. The doctor's wife said the blindness couldn't last forever. The girl wondered about a world full of blind people. It was too horrible to think about. The boy came out first, having rolled up his trousers and removed his socks. The girl found his hand. The doctor and the first blind man emerged. The doctor's wife was holding her husband's arm. The girl grabbed his other arm. The first blind man had no one to guide him until someone touched his shoulder. The thief had stayed behind to relieve himself. The girl said she was desperate. The doctor's wife took her to find another toilet, and they discovered a consulting room with one. When they returned, the thief was back, complaining of cold and pain. They reformed the line and returned to the ward. The doctor's wife helped each find their bed, suggesting they count from the entrance. Hers and the doctor's were the last on the right, beds 19 and 20. The thief went first, found his bed number 14 on the left, and was vaguely surprised. She asked which side. The first blind man found his bed number 16 and lay down fully dressed. The girl asked if they could stay close on the other side, feeling safer. They settled in. The boy said he was hungry. She told him tomorrow. Now sleep. She opened her handbag, found the eye drops, removed her glasses, and applied them carefully, though some missed her eyes. The doctor's wife knew she had to open her eyes. Through closed lids during the night, she'd perceive the dim ward lamps. But now there was something different. Another luminous presence. Perhaps dawn. Perhaps that milky sea already drowning her sight. She told herself to count to 10 and open them, repeated the command twice, counted twice and failed twice. She heard her husband's deep breathing and someone snoring. She wondered about the thief's wound but felt no real compassion. She just wanted to pretend she was worried about something else, anything to avoid opening her eyes. Then, without conscious decision, she opened them. Through the high windows came the dull bluish light of dawn. She wasn't blind. Panic surged. She sat up, glancing at the girl with dark glasses opposite, who was asleep. The boy next to her was also sleeping. The doctor's wife noted that the girl had given him the safest spot, against the wall. She reflected on their fragile existence like a stone in the road, hoping an enemy would trip over it, though no enemy would attack them here. They were so remote from the world they'd soon forget who they were. Names meant nothing. They were like dogs, identified by scent or sound, not by features. She could still see. But for how long? The light shifted, clouds passing, not night returning. A groan came from the thief's bed. She feared infection. They had no remedies. In these conditions, even a tiny accident could be fatal. Perhaps the authorities were waiting for them to perish. One after another, when the beast dies, the poison dies with it. She rose, leaned over her husband, but couldn't bring herself to wake him and confirm he was still blind. Barefoot, she went to the thief's bed. His eyes were open and vacant. She whispered how he was feeling. He said bad. His leg very painful. She almost asked to see it but held back. He raised the blanket himself, as if forgetting there were only blind people there. In the half-light, she saw the mattress soaked in blood, the wound's black hole with swollen edges, the bandage undone. She lowered the blanket and touched his forehead, dry and burning hot. The light shifted again as clouds drifted. She returned to her bed but didn't lie down, watching her husband murmur in his sleep, the shadowy forms under gray blankets, the grimy walls, the empty beds waiting. She serenely wished she too could go blind, to penetrate the visible surface of things and reach their inner, irremediable blindness. Suddenly, from the hallway, came angry voices, shouts to get out, orders to be obeyed. The noise swelled, then quieted. A door slammed sobbing, and a clatter of someone falling followed. Everyone in the ward woke, turning toward the entrance. They knew blind people were arriving. The doctor's wife wanted to help but stayed still, just telling her husband they were coming. He got up. She helped him into his trousers. 5 blind internees entered, 3 men and 2 women. The doctor called for calm, saying there was room. They didn't know how many they were, having been pushed from the other wing with no luggage, expelled by others without time to gather anything. The doctor's wife suggested they be counted and give names. They hesitated. Then the first man said, "Number 1, I'm a policeman." Another said, "Number 2, I'm a taxi driver." A third said, "Number 3, I'm a pharmacist's assistant." A woman said, "Number 4, I'm a hotel maid." The last said, "Number 5, I work in an office." Then a man called for his wife. She responded, weeping, and they embraced, kissing blindly, their lips missing each other's faces. The doctor's wife, sobbing, clung to her husband, saying this was a disaster. The boy with the squint asked if his mother was there. The girl with dark glasses murmured she'd come. The new arrivals sought beds. The first blind man's wife naturally took bed 17 beside him, leaving 18 as a buffer between her and the girl with dark glasses. Affinities existed. The pharmacist's assistant had sold the girl. Eye drops. The taxi driver had taken the first blind man to the doctor. The policeman had found the blind thief weeping. The hotel maid had entered the room when the girl screamed. But not all connections would be revealed. The first blind man told his wife the thief was among them, but added he'd been punished enough. She no longer remembered her earlier wish for him to go blind. When the wounded man moaned for help, the doctor gently probed the wound but could do nothing. The girl with dark glasses approached, apologized for her kick, and the thief forgave her. The loudspeaker announced that food had been left at the entrance. The blind should collect it first. The wounded man, feverish, thought they were being released and tried to get up, but the doctor's wife held him back, explaining they were only to collect food. The doctor and his wife went to get it. A man from the other wing asked who the doctor was. The first blind man identified him as an eye specialist. The taxi driver sarcastically noted they'd ended up with the one doctor who could do nothing. The girl with dark glasses retorted they also had a taxi driver who couldn't take them anywhere. The food container sat in the hallway, and the doctor felt a surge of desperate purpose. He asked his wife to lead him to the main gate, explaining his intent to plead for medical supplies for the injured man whose wound was turning grave. She reminded him of the warnings they'd received, but he pressed forward anyway, convinced they had to try, even if the attempt seemed futile. As they emerged at the top of the steps leading to the forecourt, the daylight struck his wife with an unexpected force. It wasn't even particularly bright. Dark clouds were scudding across the sky, threatening rain, but she realized with a jolt how quickly her eyes had grown unaccustomed to any open light after so long in the dim asylum. A soldier's shout cut through the air, ordering them to halt and threatening to shoot. He called for the sergeant, reporting that people were trying to escape. The doctor protested that they had no intention of leaving, only requesting medicine. The sergeant approached the gate, listened through the bars to the plea about the infected wound and the urgent need for antibiotics, then dismissed it with cold finality. His orders were absolute: no one leaves, and only food may enter. The doctor tried to press the point, warning that the infection could turn fatal, but the sergeant rebuffed him entirely, saying it wasn't his concern. When the doctor asked him to contact his superiors, the sergeant's patience snapped, and he delivered an ultimatum: return to the building immediately or be shot. The doctor's wife, feeling the weight of the soldier's fear and recognizing the futility of resistance, gently pulled her husband back, urging him to accept that nothing could be done. Inside, the injured man, feverish and aware of the doctor's absence, had guessed the purpose of the errand. When he asked if they'd secured any medicine, the doctor had to confirm that they had not. The wounded man accepted the news with bitter resignation. That was that. The food that had arrived was calculated for only 5 people, with bottles of milk and biscuits, but no cups, plates, or utensils. Those would presumably come with lunch. The doctor's wife tried to give the wounded man something to drink, but he couldn't keep it down and vomited. The taxi driver complained about the milk, expressing a preference for coffee. After eating, some returned to their beds, while the first blind man took his wife to explore the premises, the only 2 to leave the ward. The pharmacist's assistant approached the doctor, seeking an explanation of the illness. The doctor, drawing on memory from his research before losing his sight, explained that it might not strictly be an illness at all, offering a simplified version of what he'd studied. The taxi driver, listening from several beds away, interrupted with his own theory that the channels between eyes and brain had become congested. The pharmacist's assistant dismissed him as a fool, but the doctor couldn't suppress a smile, noting that the eyes were merely lenses, the brain did the actual seeing, so the driver's crude analogy wasn't entirely off the mark. The hotel maid then asked how long they'd be confined, and the doctor admitted that no one knew it could pass, or it could be permanent. Her thoughts drifted to the naked, screaming girl from the hotel, and she wondered if that woman might have been the source of infection. The doctor's wife noticed the girl with dark glasses slowly removing her glasses and hiding them under her pillow while offering the boy another biscuit. For the first time, she felt a piercing sense of shame, as if she were a hidden observer, spying on people who didn't know they were being watched. It seemed obscene to her, this privilege of sight in a world gone blind. She resolved that she had no right to look if the others couldn't see her. She watched the girl apply eye drops with a shaky hand, a gesture that would always allow her to claim she wasn't crying. Hours later, the loudspeaker announced it was time to collect lunch. The first blind man and the taxi driver volunteered for the task, knowing that eyes weren't necessary, touch would suffice. The containers lay beyond the door connecting the hallway to the corridors, and reaching them meant crawling on all fours, sweeping the floor ahead with outstretched arms. They returned easily. Thanks to an improvised rope, The doctor's wife had devised strips torn from a blanket, one end tied to the ward door handle, the other secured to the ankle of the food fetcher, making navigation possible. Plates and cutlery arrived, but still only 5 portions. The taxi driver, suspecting the sergeant was unaware of the additional inmates, offered to go back alone to demand the missing rations. He shouted through the gate that there were 11 of them, not 5, but the sergeant's response dripped with derision, hinting that many more were still to come. When the taxi driver returned, he reported that the sergeant had mocked them. The food was shared among 10, 5 portions divided, since the wounded man continued to refuse food, only asking for water and begging that his lips be moistened. His skin burned with fever. He uncovered his leg at intervals, unable to bear the weight of the blanket against the wound, but the chill air soon forced him to cover it again. This cycle went on for hours, punctuated by his stifled moans, as if the persistent pain surged and ebbed unpredictably. In the middle of the afternoon, 3 more blind people arrived, expelled from the other wing. The doctor's wife recognized one as an employee from her husband's surgery, and the other 2, as if by cruel design, with a man who'd been with the girl with dark glasses at the hotel and the abrasive policeman who'd taken her home. The employee began weeping uncontrollably, while the 2 men sat in stunned silence. Then, from the street, came the sounds of shouting and orders, a rebellious uproar. The blind inmates turned their heads toward the door, unable to see but knowing what was coming. The doctor's wife murmured to her husband that the promised hell was about to begin, and he squeezed her hand, warning her to stay still, that from this point she could do nothing. The shouting subsided, replaced by a confusion of sounds from the hallway. The blind, driven like sheep, bumping into each other, cramming through doorways, some losing their way, and ending up in other wards. The majority stumbled in, huddled or scattered, waving their arms as if drowning, bursting into the ward in a whirlwind, as if pushed by an unseen force. Several fell and were trampled. In the narrow aisles, the new arrivals filled the spaces between beds, taking possession of berths like survivors of a storm finally reaching port, insisting there was no room for anyone else, and that latecomers should find places elsewhere. The doctor shouted from the far end that other wards existed, but those left without beds feared getting lost in the labyrinth of rooms and corridors. Eventually, they realized they couldn't stay, and ventured out into the unknown. The 5 from the second group managed to occupy the remaining empty beds between them and the first group, leaving only the wounded man isolated and unprotected on bed 14 left side. A quarter of an hour later, calm if not peace returned to the ward. All beds were now occupied. As evening fell and the dim lamps seemed to strengthen, the loudspeaker blared its familiar instructions, rules, forward maintenance, the government's regrets, warnings about the crisis. The voice stopped, and protests erupted, cries of imprisonment, prophecies of death, demands for the doctors they'd been promised. The doctor remained silent. He would never again offer his services, knowing that without medicines, his hands were useless. He couldn't even see the pallor of sickness or the reddening of circulation that might have given clues. Without sight, he was stripped of the diagnostic tools he'd relied on. The arrival of the new inmates had made the atmosphere tense and uneasy, the air growing heavier with lingering, nauseating odors. He dreaded what the ward would become in a week, and the thought that they might still be confined then horrified him. Questions of food supply and hygiene loomed large. If the lavatories became blocked, the place would transform into a sewer. He dragged his palms across his stubbled jaw, feeling the rasp of 3 days' growth. Better this way, he thought, hoping they wouldn't think to send razor blades or scissors into this place. He had everything he needed for a shave in his suitcase, but he knew better than to attempt it. Not here. Not in the middle of this crowded ward. His wife could do it, but someone would notice, would wonder who among them still had the skill to perform such a service. And the showers were chaos, complete chaos. He ached for sight, even just the faintest shadow, to stand before a mirror and recognize a dark blotch as his own face. Anything touched by light no longer belonged to him. The grumbling faded gradually. Someone from another ward came to ask about leftover food, and the taxi driver answered sharply that not a crumb remained. The pharmacist's assistant softened the refusal with a hint that more might come, but nothing did. Darkness settled over them. No food arrived from outside, no word. Cries drifted from the neighboring ward, then fell silent. If anyone was weeping, they did so quietly that the sound never pierced the walls. The doctor's wife went to check on the injured man. She lifted the blanket carefully and saw his leg hideously swollen from thigh down, the wound a black circle ringed with bloody purple blotches that had grown alarmingly larger, as if something were stretching the flesh from within. It gave off a sickly sweet fetid stench. She asked how he felt. He thanked her for coming but said nothing else until she pressed, and then he answered that he was bad. The pain was strange, he explained. It hurt, but the leg felt disconnected from him, as if it belonged to someone else, as if he were watching it suffer from a distance. She told him it was the fever, and urged him to sleep. She set her hand on his forehead, but as she moved to withdraw, he caught her arm and pulled her close, his breath hot against her ear. He knew she could see. She stammered a denial, insisting she was as blind as everyone else, but he wouldn't be fooled. He promised not to tell anyone, and she pleaded with him to sleep. He asked if she trusted the word of a thief. She said she did. He wanted the truth from her, but she deferred until tomorrow, hoping he'd still be alive to hear it. He wasn't so sure. Back beside her husband, she whispered that the wound looked dreadful. Could it be gangrene? He thought it unlikely in such a short time, but agreed the man was in grave condition. Then, deliberately loud enough for others to hear, the doctor remarked that being struck blind was bad enough. They might as well have their hands and feet tied. From bed 14, the injured man's voice came back, defiant. No one was going to tie him up. The hours crawled. One by one, the blind internees fell asleep, some burying their heads under blankets, as if hoping true darkness might finally extinguish the dim suns that their eyes had become. The 3 lamps high above cast a dull yellowish light, too weak to create shadows. 40 people slept or struggled to sleep, sighing and murmuring in dreams where perhaps they could see what they dreams so sweet they'd never want to wake. All their watches had stopped, only the doctor's wife still ticked. It was past 3 in the morning. Slowly, the thief raised himself on his elbows. His leg was numb, except for the pain. The rest of it had ceased to belong to him. His knee was stiff. He rolled onto his good side, let that leg hang off the bed, and tried to move the injured one with both hands under his thigh. The pain exploded through him like a wolf pack, then settled back into its dark crater. He dragged himself across the mattress, resting at the footrail, gasping, his head bobbing as he fought to stay upright. After long minutes, he got to his feet, standing on his good leg, knowing he'd have to drag the other behind him like dead weight. A dizzy spell hit. Shivers racked him, and his teeth chattered from cold and fever. He moved between the beds, clinging to the metal frames like a chain, dragging his useless leg like a sack. No one stirred. He'd rehearsed his excuse if anyone asked, just going to the bathroom, but he feared the doctor's wife's voice. She'd see through him, and he'd have to confess he couldn't rot in his hole any longer. He had to get out, to make them see how bad he was, to get treatment in some hospital for the blind. Even condemned men got surgery before execution. He didn't care if they brought him back here afterward. He clenched his teeth against moans, but when he reached the row's end and found empty space he'd miscounted, he let out an anguished sob as he fell. He lay still, until he was sure no one had woken, then realized crawling on all fours was the way for a blind man. He dragged himself to the hallway and paused, weighing his options: call from the door, or follow the rope that had served as a handrail. He knew they'd tell him to go back if he called, and the rope's unreliable sway made him hesitate. Then he settled on crawling under the rope, feeling his way, checking his bearings by touch, just like stealing a car, he thought. Where there's a will, there's a way. Then his conscience stirred, accusing him of stealing from a blind man. He argued that he hadn't truly robbed him, the car wasn't in his pocket, and he hadn't used force, but his conscience would have none of it. A blind man is sacred, and you don't steal from a blind man. He dismissed the sophistry and pushed on. The cold dawn air hit his face. He breathed deep, marveling at how good it felt, and noticed the pain in his leg had eased, or so he imagined. Outside the main door, the steps loomed as the worst part. He checked for the rope and continued. Going down head first was as awkward as he'd feared. His useless leg dragged, and halfway down his hand slipped, sending him sideways, the dead weight pulling him down. The pain returned, savage sawing, drilling, hammering, and he didn't know how he kept from screaming. He lay face down on the ground for long minutes, wind-scoured, and shivering in just a shirt and underpants. His wound pressed into the dirt, and a foolish thought crossed his mind: it might get infected. He'd forgotten he'd dragged it all the way from the ward. He'd deal with that later, he told himself, and turned to find the rope again. It took a moment. He'd rolled perpendicular to it, but instinct kept him still. He reasoned his way into a sitting position and eased backward until his hips met the first step, then triumphantly clutched the rough cord. Better yet, he discovered a way to move without rubbing the wound, facing away from the gate, using his arms like crutches, scooting backward in tiny shifts. The slope helped, and his leg ached less. With the rope near his head, he felt secure. He wondered how far he still had to go. Forgetting his blindness, he turned to look, and there it was again, that impenetrable whiteness. Was it night or day? If it were day, they'd have spotted him by now. Besides, breakfast had come hours ago. He marveled at how clear his reasoning was, at the new man he felt himself becoming, and for a moment, despite the leg, he felt almost well. His lower back met the metal plate at the bottom of the gate. He'd arrived. The guard, huddled in the sentry box against the cold, had heard faint noises he couldn't place. Wind, maybe a branch brushing the railings, then a different sound, a crash, too sharp for the wind. He stepped out nervously, finger on the trigger, and peered toward the gate, seeing nothing. The noise returned, scratching like nails on rough metal. He thought of the gate's metal plate and considered waking the sergeant, but feared the scolding if it proved false. He waited, tense. Then between the iron bars, a white face slowly appeared, the face of a blind man. Fear froze his blood, and fear drove him to aim and fire point blank. The blast brought soldiers tumbling from their tents, half-dressed. The sergeant arrived, demanding to know what had happened. The soldiers stammered that he'd seen a blind man, but the sergeant saw nothing at the gate. He ordered the floodlight on. Seconds later, its blinding beam lit the gate and the building's facade. The sergeant started to dismiss the report, no one there, then stopped, seeing a black puddle spreading from under the gate in the harsh light. He'd killed him. Then, remembering orders, he shouted for everyone to get back. It was infectious. The soldiers recoiled in terror, watching the pool of blood slowly seep between the cobblestones. The sergeant asked if the man was dead, and the soldier confirmed it. The shot had struck him in the face. He was proud of his aim. Then another soldier shouted, pointing. At the top of the steps, lit by the searchlight, more than 10 blind internees stood silhouetted. The sergeant bellowed for them to stay put, threatening to shoot them all. Across the street, windows lit up as awakened people stared in horror. The sergeant ordered 4 men to fetch the body. 6 blind men came forward, unable to count. He screamed for 4, and after touching each other, 2 stepped back. The rest, holding the rope, began to move toward the gate. The doctor raised the question of finding a spade or shovel, some tool to break the ground. Morning had come, and with immense effort, they dragged the corpse into the inner courtyard, laying it among the litter and dead leaves. Now the burial waited. Only the doctor's wife had seen the full horror of the body, the face and skull obliterated by gunfire, the 3 bullet holes in the neck and chest. She also knew the building held nothing fit for digging. She'd searched every part of the asylum they could access and found only an iron bar, useful but insufficient. Through the corridor windows she'd glimpsed the terrified faces of the contaminated internees in the other wing, waiting for their inevitable turn the moment they'd have to confess their blindness or betray it through some clumsy gesture. The doctor knew all this too. His question was part of their shared pretense, giving her the opening to suggest asking the soldiers for a shovel. Everyone agreed, though the girl with dark glasses remained silent, consumed by weeping, insisting it was her fault. Perhaps if one weighed every consequence before acting, no one would ever move beyond the first thought. But that was irrelevant now. The man was dead and had to be buried. The doctor and his wife went to negotiate, and the girl insisted on coming, driven by guilt. No sooner did they appear at the main entrance than a soldier shouted a halt and fired into the air, sending them retreating into the shadows. The doctor's wife advanced alone, watching the soldiers' movements from a position of safety, and called out that they needed a spade. A new sergeant appeared at the gate, brusque and dismissive, telling them to leave the corpse to rot. She pressed the point about infection spreading, and he paused, forced to consider her logic. He was the replacement for the previous sergeant who'd gone blind and been transferred. As a precaution, other soldiers had already doused the blood pool with ammonia, the fumes still stinging eyes and throats. The sergeant finally relented, saying he'd see what could be done. She seized the moment to remind him about the food it hadn't come, and more than 50 people in their wing were hungry. He deflected, saying food wasn't the army's responsibility, and ordered her back inside, ignoring her plea for the spade. Mid-morning, the loudspeaker crackled to life. The internees perked up, hoping for news of food, but instead, it was about the spade. Someone should come fetch it, alone. The doctor's wife volunteered. Through the entrance, she spotted the spade immediately thrown over the fence, closer to the gate than the steps. She caught herself, remembering she was supposed to be blind, and called out, asking where it was. The sergeant guided her with shouted directions down the stairs. Turn, forward, stop. Left, she followed his instructions, careful to feign uncertainty, and when she'd grasped the handle, he told her to turn back and head for the door. She slung the spade over her shoulder and walked straight toward the entrance without hesitation. A soldier remarked to the sergeant that she moved as if she could see, but the sergeant dismissed it, claiming the blind learned quickly. Digging the grave proved brutal. The soil was hard-packed, threaded with roots. The taxi driver, the 2 policemen, and the first blind man took turns with the spade, their earlier rancor fading in the face of death. What was a stolen car compared to a stolen life? They managed only about 3 feet deep, but the thief had been thin, a bag of bones made even skinnier by fasting, so the grave held him. No prayers were spoken. The girl with dark glasses suggested a cross, but no one had known the man to be religious, and in any case, making one would be difficult and short-lived with so many blind people treading about. They returned to the ward. In the busier spaces, the blind were learning to navigate arms outstretched, fingers like antennae, some developing what might be called frontal vision. The doctor's wife was extraordinary in this regard, moving through the maze of rooms and corridors with uncanny precision, never counting beds before reaching her own. She sat on her husband's bed, speaking softly as educated people do, unlike the first blind man and his wife, who'd grown distant after their initial emotional reunion. The boy with the squint complained constantly of hunger, though the girl with dark glasses gave him most of her own food. He'd stopped asking for his mother hours ago, but after eating, he'd likely miss her again, once his body's urgent needs subsided. For reasons unknown, no breakfast containers had arrived. Nearing 1 o'clock, according to the doctor's wife's furtive glance at her watch, the hunger drove some internees from both wings to wait in the hallway for the food. About 10 of them listened for the outer gate's creak, the soldiers' footsteps, the blessed arrival. The contaminated internees from the left wing peered through gaps in the door, afraid to come closer. Time dragged. Some gave up and sat on the ground. Others returned to their wards. Then the metallic screech of the gate broke the silence. The blind internees surged forward, pushing only to halt abruptly, seized by an inexplicable unease, retreating in confusion as the soldiers' footsteps drew nearer. Still shaken by the previous night's shooting, the soldiers had decided to dump the containers in the hallway and retreat rather than place them near the wing doors. The transition from bright outside light to hallway shadows momentarily blinded them, but soon they spotted the waiting blind internees. Howling in terror, they dropped the containers and fled. The 2 armed escorts outside, mastering their fear, advanced to the threshold and emptied their magazines. The blind internees fell in a grotesque slow-motion cascade, bodies piling on bodies, bullets still tearing into them long after they'd collapsed. The soldiers retreated to the gate, rifles aimed through the railings at the survivors, ready for any retaliation. One of the soldiers who'd fired stood there, his face drained white, and declared with nervous finality that nothing would make him go back inside that building. By evening, at the changing of the guard, he'd gone blind himself like so many others, but his military status saved him from being abandoned among the internees, left to the mercy of those whose companions he'd just shot dead. The sergeant offered only a cold observation: better to have let them starve, because when the beast dies, the poison dies with it. Yet some faint remnant of humanity stirred in him, and he added that from now on they'd leave the containers at a midpoint, let the blind come fetch them under surveillance and fire at the first sign of trouble. He went to the command post, fumbled for words over the microphone, and announced that the army regretted having to suppress a seditious movement with force, and that the internees would now collect their food outside the building. Any repeat of the earlier disruption would bring consequences. He paused, groping for the right ending, and could only repeat they were not to blame. Inside, the gunfire had echoed through the confined hallway, igniting pure panic. Many thought the soldiers were about to storm the wards and slaughter everyone that the government had opted for wholesale liquidation. Some crawled under beds, others froze in terror. A few resigned themselves to the thought that if death had to come, let it be quick. The contaminated internees were the first to move. They'd fled when the shooting started, but silence drew them back to the hallway door. They saw the heap of bodies, blood snaking sinuously across the tiles as if alive, and the food containers beyond. Hunger pulled them forward, but reason held them back: fear of the dead, of the blood, of poisonous vapors rising from open wounds. Someone tried to reassure them that corpses couldn't harm anyone, but the thought only worsened matters. If this blindness was some spiritual malaise, the freed spirits of the dead were now at liberty to do evil. Yet the containers, so exposed, drew their attention irresistibly. The stomach heeds nothing, even when it's for its own good. Milk leaked from one container, a white stream spreading toward the blood pool. Two of the contaminated, more courageous or more fatalistic, stepped forward, nearly grasping the first container, when a group of blind internees appeared in the opposite doorway. In that morbid atmosphere, imagination played tricks to the contaminated. It looked as if the dead had risen, blind still but now vengeful. They withdrew silently toward their own wing, hoping the blind would take care of the corpses and perhaps leave some food behind. The blind moved, as the blind do, groping, stumbling, dragging, yet with an eerie organization. Some splashed through the sticky blood and milk, hauling bodies to the yard. Others gathered the 8 containers. Among them, a woman seemed to be everywhere at once, directing the men, guiding them, something impossible for a blind woman. And more than once, she turned her head toward the contaminated wing, as if she could see them or sense their presence. Soon the hallway was empty, marked only by the great blood stain and the smaller white spill of milk, crisscrossed with wet and red footprints. The contaminated closed their door and scavenged for crumbs, so desperate that one nearly suggested they might as well move into the other wing and at least have something to eat. Someone wondered if the soldiers would still bring their rations. A bitter laugh answered the questioner. Had clearly never served in the army. The first and second wards held a joint council, deciding whether to eat or bury first. No one cared who had died. 5 bodies lay in the second ward, 4 in the first, including the taxi driver and the 2 policemen, robust men cut down in their prime. Their fate would wait until after the survivors ate, not from selfishness, but because burying 9 corpses in that hard soil with one spade would take until dinner. Volunteers shouldn't work while others ate, so the dead were left for later. The food came in individual portions, easy to share, except that counting blind people and rations without eyes proved impossible. Some from the second ward dishonestly pretended to be more numerous. The doctor's wife stepped in with a few timely words, resolving what verbose speeches would only worsen. She noticed others receiving double rations but kept silent, dreading the consequences if anyone discovered she could see she'd be at everyone's beck and call at best, a slave at worst. The idea of a ward leader might have helped, but fragile authority would be constantly challenged. Unless they succeeded, she thought, they'd end up murdering each other. She promised to discuss it with her husband and continued distributing rations. After eating, few had any inclination to dig graves. The doctor, feeling his professional responsibility, called for volunteers to bury the dead, but no one stirred. The blind internees lay on their beds, digesting, some falling asleep instantly, their bodies surrendering to the slow chemistry of digestion despite poor nourishment. Later, as evening crept in, and the dim lamp seemed to strengthen against the fading natural light, the doctor and his wife persuaded 2 men from their ward to accompany them to the compound. Each ward would bury its own dead. For these blind men, day and night made no difference. They lived in a perpetual resplendent whiteness, like sun shining through mist. For those who'd been struck blind, their new condition wasn't a plunge into banal darkness. They lived inside a luminous halo, a perpetual white radiance that never faded. When the doctor mentioned they would separate the corpses, the first blind man, one of the volunteers, asked how they'd recognize which bodies belonged to which ward. It was a logical question from a blind man, and it left the doctor momentarily flustered. His wife held back, afraid to assist and risk exposing her secret. The doctor recovered gracefully, acknowledging his mistake with a wry, self-deprecating tone. People get so accustomed to having eyes that they forget they're useless. All they really knew was that 4 from their ward lay among the dead, the taxi driver, the 2 policemen, and 1 other, so the only solution was to pick up 4 corpses at random and bury them with respect, fulfilling their obligation. The first blind man and his companion agreed, and they took turns digging graves. The helpers, blind as they were, never knew that the bodies they buried were exactly the ones they'd spoken of. The doctor's hand, guided by his wife's, would seize a leg or arm, and he'd simply say, "This one." After 2 graves were filled, 3 more men emerged from the ward to help, though they likely would have hesitated had they known it was already deep night. There's a psychological difference between digging graves in daylight and after sunset, even for the blind. Back in the ward, sweating and earth-covered, the sickly smell of decomposed flesh clinging to their nostrils, the loudspeaker crackled to life with the usual instructions: no mention of the gunfire, no acknowledgement of the slain. The warnings about leaving the building or burying the dead now carried real weight, forged by brutal experience, while the promise of food 3 times a day rang grotesquely ironic. When the voice fell silent, the doctor, by now familiar with every corner, went to the other ward to report that they'd buried their dead. A man's voice replied that if they'd buried some, they could bury the rest, but the doctor held to the agreement that each ward would handle its own. They'd counted 4, and buried 4. Another voice said they'd deal with their own tomorrow, then asked if more food had come. The doctor admitted it hadn't, and when someone protested that the loudspeaker had promised 3 daily deliveries, he doubted they'd keep that promise. A woman's voice suggested rationing whatever did arrive, and they agreed to discuss it in the morning. As the doctor turned to leave, the first man's voice cut through. "Who was giving the orders here?" The same woman answered that unless they organized themselves, hunger and fear would take over, and it was shameful they hadn't helped with the burials. A sharp retort came back: if she was so clever, why didn't she do the burying herself? She replied she couldn't alone but was willing to help. Another voice intervened, saying they'd settle it in the morning. The doctor sighed. Life together was going to be hard. Heading back, a pressing need overtook him. He wasn't sure he could find the lavatories, but decided to risk it, hoping someone might have left the toilet paper that had come with the food. He got lost twice, desperation mounting, until he finally reached the open latrine just in time. The stench was suffocating. His foot sank into soft pulp excrement from someone who'd missed the hole or simply couldn't be bothered. In his mind, everything was white, luminous, resplendent. He had no way of knowing what the walls or floor actually looked like, and he absurdly concluded that the light and whiteness themselves were emitting the foul odor. "We'll go mad with horror," he thought. He groped for paper on the wall behind him, but found nothing. Despair crushed him, blind, filthy, crouched in this disgusting place, protecting his trousers from the floor. Unable to contain himself, he wept quietly. He stumbled to the opposite wall, found a door, and heard shuffling footsteps. Someone else searching, muttering with a strange indifference, "Where the hell are they?" The stranger passed close without noticing him, and the doctor, seized by a sudden shame, had pulled up his trousers. He lowered them again when he thought he was alone, but not in time. He knew he was dirtier than he'd ever been in his life. There are many ways of becoming an animal, he thought. This is just the first. Still, he couldn't complain. He still had someone who didn't mind cleaning him. Later, lying on their beds, the internees waited for sleep to claim them. The doctor's wife discreetly helped her husband clean himself as best she could. A sorrowful silence settled over the ward, like a hospital where patients suffer even in sleep. Sitting up, alert, the doctor's wife studied the shadowy forms, the pallid faces, an arm twitching in a dream. She wondered if she'd ever go blind. What inexplicable grace had preserved her sight so far? With a weary gesture, she pushed back her hair, thinking they'd all soon reach to high heaven. Then came sighs, moans, muffled cries that built into shouts and grunts and heavy, stertorous breathing. Someone protested from the far end. "Pigs! They're like pigs!" But they weren't pigs, just a blind man and a blind woman who probably knew nothing more about each other than this. An empty belly wakes early. Some internees opened their eyes when morning was still distant, stirred not by hunger, but by disrupted internal clocks. They thought it was daylight, then realized they'd overslept, but the snoring around them proved otherwise. Anyone forced to rise early finds it intolerable that others sleep soundly, and the difference between a sleeping blind person and one awake to no purpose is stark. These observations explain why all the internees were awake so early, some roused by gnawing hunger, others by the nervous impatience of early risers who made no effort to be quiet. Among them were vulgarians who coughed, spat, and passed wind without shame, making the heavy atmosphere worse. The only opening was the door. The windows were unreachable. Lying beside her husband, pressed close out of choice as much as necessity, the doctor's wife glanced at her watch. It was 23 minutes past 2. She looked closer. The second hand wasn't moving. She'd forgotten to wind it after only 3 days of isolation. Convulsive sobbing seized her, as if the worst disaster had struck. Her husband feared she'd gone blind and nearly asked, but she whispered that she'd just forgotten to wind her watch, and kept crying, inconsolable. The girl with dark glasses rose from her bed across the aisle, and reached out, asking if she could help. Her hands found the 2 bodies under the blanket, and though discretion demanded she withdraw, her fingers lingered, caressing the thick wool. The doctor's wife got up, embraced the girl, and said it was just sudden sadness. The girl lamented that if even the strong one was disheartened, there was no salvation. The doctor's wife noticed the girl's conjunctivitis had nearly cleared, but saying so would be pointless. What good were beautiful eyes if no one could see them? She told the girl that tears sometimes saved us, but the girl insisted there was no salvation. The doctor's wife argued that this blindness might vanish as suddenly as it came. The girl replied it would come too late for the dead. They both knew they all had to die. But the girl carried guilt for having killed someone, though the doctor's wife insisted they were all guilty and innocent, and that fear drove the soldier's worst behavior. The girl wondered if the man who'd fondled her would be alive if she'd let him. The doctor's wife told her to rest. She guided the girl back to bed, and the girl, lowering her voice, confessed her period was due, and she had no supplies. The doctor's wife assured her she had some. The girl closed her eyes, but a sudden quarrel erupted. Someone had returned from the lavatory to find his bed occupied. The 2 blind men argued without gestures, their bodies barely moving, having learned that only voice and hearing served them. They could fight, grapple, come to blows, but a swap bed wasn't worth such fuss. They settled it number 2 was his, number 3. The others let that be understood once and for all. If only we weren't blind, this mix-up wouldn't have happened. You're right. Our problem is that we're blind. The doctor's wife murmured to her husband that the whole world was right here. Not everything was contained within those walls. The food remained outside, slow to arrive, and from both wards men had stationed themselves in the hallway, nervously shuffling their feet as they waited for the loudspeaker's orders. They knew they'd have to venture to the forecourt where the soldiers would leave the containers between gate and steps, and fear gnawed at them. What if it was a trap? After what had already happened, they were capable of anything. Some refused to go out at all. Others argued that someone had to hunger was as deadly as a bullet, perhaps worse. They debated whether the soldiers themselves could go blind, and in their agreement they missed the obvious reason. If the soldiers were blind, they couldn't aim their rifles. Time dragged on. The loudspeaker remained silent. A blind man from the first ward asked if the others had buried their dead yet. They hadn't. The corpses were beginning to smell, but one man declared he wouldn't lift a finger until he'd eaten his. Maxim was, "First you eat, then you wash the pan," though someone pointed out that the proper custom was to mourn and eat after burial. With him, it was the other way around. Then came the question of distribution. They knew how many they were. The rations were counted. It should be simple and fair. But it hadn't worked before some had gone without. Others had received double. It would never work without respect and discipline. Someone wished they had a person with even a little sight, but another cynically noted that such a person would just scheme for the lion's share. The old saying about the one-eyed man being king in the land of the blind was dismissed, and a new proposal emerged. Split the food equally between wards. Let each be self-sufficient. A man from Ward 2 suggested it, and was immediately accused of cunning. His ward had fewer people, so they'd get more per person. He insisted he was only trying to help. The debate spun on, with proverbs flying until someone snapped that they were all sick of them. Another plan arose. Take all food to the refectory. Each ward elect 3 counters, and with 6 people there'd be less abuse. But how to trust the ward counts? We're dealing with honest people, someone said. Is that a proverb? No, that's me. Well, I don't know about honest, but we're certainly hungry. As if waiting for just such a cue, the loudspeaker finally crackled. Internees could collect their food, but a warning shot would precede any approach to the gate, and if they didn't turn back immediately, the second warning would be a bullet. The blind men advanced slowly, some confidently toward the right, others sliding along the wall for security. The voice repeated the summons impatiently, and its changed tone terrified them. Some declared they wouldn't move. Fear froze them until the voice threatened to take the containers away within 3 minutes. That threat only pushed their fear deeper, like hunted animals waiting for a chance to strike. They moved out onto the landing at the top of the steps, each trying to hide behind the other. They couldn't see that the containers weren't beside the guide rope, as expected. The soldiers, afraid of contamination, had refused to go near it. The containers were stacked where the doctor's wife had collected the spade. The sergeant ordered them forward, then bellowed corrections when they fumbled to let go of the rope. Move to your right. Fools, you don't need eyes to know which side your right hand is. Some had interpreted right as the sergeant's right and were trying to pass under the rope. It was a grotesque spectacle. Blind men on all fours, faces almost to the ground, arms waving like crab's pincers. The soldiers would have loved to shoot them down. The regimental commander had declared that the only solution was to wipe them all out, like amputating a gangrenous limb. The rabies of a dead dog is cured by nature, he'd said. Some soldiers didn't understand the metaphor, but a commander's word was law. A blind man finally bumped into the containers and cried out in triumph, "They're here! They're here!" as if he'd just regained his sight. Within seconds, others swarmed around him, grabbing and claiming priority. Those still clinging to the rope grew nervous, fearing they'd be excluded when the food was shared out. The proverb, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," persuaded one man to let go and stumble toward the uproar. But then the voices fell silent, replaced only by crawling sounds and muffled interjections. He paused, lost his bearings, and couldn't find the rope again. There were no stars in his white sky. The sergeant's voice ordered the others back to the steps, and the lost blind man, alone and terrified, cried out for help, unaware that rifles were trained on him, waiting for him to cross the invisible line between life and death. The sergeant, who didn't share his commander's brutal views, called him a blind bat, and warned that orders to shoot came only from him. The blind man realized his life was in danger, fell to his knees, and begged for guidance. A soldier, falsely friendly, called for him to keep walking this way, a phrase that made him suspicious. It wasn't the same as keep going. It was a direction that could lead straight into a bullet. The sergeant rebuked the soldier sharply, and encouraged by this intervention, the blind internees at the top of the steps made a tremendous racket that drew the lost man toward them. He advanced in a straight line, pleading for them to keep shouting, and they applauded as if he'd completed a grueling race. He was welcomed back in adversity. "You know who your friends are." The camaraderie didn't last. Taking advantage of the chaos, some internees had sneaked off with as many containers as they could carry. The faithful protested indignantly if they couldn't trust each other. Where would they end up? Threats of a good hiding were exchanged, an inaccurate expression, but apt enough. In the hallway, they agreed to distribute the remaining containers equally between the two wards, an even number, and set up an investigation committee to recover the stolen food. They debated whether to eat first or investigate first. Prevailing opinion favored satisfying their stomachs before proceeding with inquiries. Someone from the first ward reminded them they still had dead to bury, and a wit replied, they hadn't killed them yet, so why rush? Everyone laughed, but the culprits weren't in the wards at the doors. The internees claimed to have heard people hurrying through the corridors, but no one had entered carrying food. Someone suggested returning to their beds. Any empty ones must belong to the thieves, and they could wait for them to return and pounce. They considered the plan to wait at the beds and catch the thieves returning just as opportune as it seemed. But it had a serious flaw. It would postpone breakfast, already cold, for an unknown length of time. Someone suggested they eat first, and the majority agreed. But there was so little left after the theft. Meanwhile, in some hidden corner of the dilapidated building, the thieves were undoubtedly gorging on double and triple rations that somehow seemed improved: coffee with milk, cold biscuits, bread with margarine, while the honest ones had to make do with 2 or 3 times less, or nothing at all. The loudspeakers summoned the contaminated to fetch their rations, and some in the first wing heard it as they chewed their dry water biscuits. One blind man, influenced by the poisonous atmosphere, suggested they wait in the hallway to frighten the contaminated into dropping containers, but the doctor dismissed it. It would be unjust to punish the innocent. When they'd finished eating, the doctor's wife and the girl with dark glasses carried the trash to the yard: cardboard, empty bottles, paper cups, everything inedible. The doctor's wife suggested burning the rubbish to get rid of the flies. Seated on their beds, the internees settled in to wait for the thieves to return. Minutes passed. Some stretched out, others fell asleep. This was what it meant to eat and sleep. Things could be worse. As long as food kept coming, this was like a hotel. Out in the city, a blind man's life would be torment, stumbling through streets, everyone fleeing, family in panic, mother's love reduced to a myth, locked in a room with a plate left outside. Objectively, the authorities had shown vision in isolating them. The doctor was right. They needed organization: first food, then rules, reliable leaders, simple tasks like sweeping and washing. They had soap and detergent. The important thing was not to lose self-respect, to avoid conflict with the soldiers, to find someone to tell stories. If only they had a radio, music, news. If a cure were discovered, how they'd rejoice. Then the inevitable happened. Gunshots in the street. Someone shouted they were coming to kill them. The doctor urged calm. If they wanted to kill them, they'd come inside. It was only the sergeant firing warning shots to control the new internees stumbling from the vans. The Ministry of Health had informed Defense 4 van loads, about 200 people. But the right wing's 3 wards held only 120, and 60 to 70 were already inside, minus a dozen killed. The solution was to open all the wards, mixing contaminated with blind. The general observed that if a blind man couldn't see, how could he transmit blindness through sight? The reply came. This was the most logical illness. The blind eye transmits blindness to the seeing eye. A colonel had proposed shooting the blind on sight, but corpses were no improvement. To be blind is not the same as being dead. Yes, but to be dead is to be blind. The taxi drivers? Put them inside too. That same afternoon, Defense called Health. The colonel had gone blind. Did he still think shooting was a good idea? He'd already shot himself in the head. Now that's what I call a consistent attitude. The gate swung wide. The sergeant ordered a column 5 deep, but the blind couldn't count, sometimes more, sometimes less, and they crowded the entrance like civilians. No order, no thought of sending women and children ahead. Not all shots had been warning fire. A van driver who refused to go with them, insisting he could see, was proven wrong. 3 seconds later, dead as blind. The sergeant guided them. "Keep going. 6 steps. Go slowly if anyone trips." He forgot to mention the rope, but with this many it would take forever anyway. He assured them there were 3 wards on each side, 40 beds each. Families should stay together, avoid crowding, ask for assistance. Everything would be all right. Food would come later. They didn't proceed like lambs to slaughter, some crying, some shouting in rage, others cursing, one uttering a futile threat to gouge out eyes. The first arrivals probed the steps with their feet pressure from behind, sent 2 or 3 tumbling to the ground, nothing more than grazed shins. The sergeant's advice helped, but 200 blind people couldn't sort themselves out easily in an old, badly designed building. Doorways like bottlenecks, corridors, as crazy as the former inmates, opening and closing at random. The vanguard instinctively split into 2 columns along the walls, searching for doors. Sooner or later they'd settle, but first they'd have to battle the contaminated in the left wing. The regulations said that wing was for them, and until they actually went blind, there was no guarantee they were fated to it. Then came the invading horde, a howling mob of the people they most feared. At first the contaminated thought it was just more inmates like themselves, but they were wrong. These were truly blind. "You can't come in here," they shouted from the doors. Some blind tried to turn back, but the mass from outside pushed relentlessly. The contaminated defended with punches and kicks. The blind retaliated blindly, knowing only where the blows came from. 200 couldn't fit in the hallway. Soon the courtyard door was completely blocked. A human plug neither forward nor backward. Those inside, crushed and flattened, kicked and elbowed their neighbors to keep from suffocating. Children sobbed. Mothers fainted, while the crowd outside pushed harder, terrified by the soldiers bellowing. Then came a violent backsurge, people fighting to escape the crush. To the soldiers, it looked like the new arrivals were about to turn back, and memories of the previous massacre made them fear the worst. The sergeant rose to the crisis once again, firing into the air to get their attention and shouting through the loudspeaker for calm. Those on the steps should draw back, clear the way, stop pushing, help each other. It was too much to ask. The struggle continued inside, but the hallway gradually emptied as more blind internees moved toward the right wing, where inmates directed them to the empty 3rd ward or the remaining beds in the 2nd. For a moment, it seemed the contaminated might win, not because they were stronger or had more sight, but because the blind internees, noticing the other entrance was less crowded, broke off contact. The defenders' triumph was short-lived. Voices from the right wing announced there was no more room, all wards were full, and still more blind were being pushed into the hallway. Simultaneously, the human stopper at the main entrance dispersed, and the blind outside surged forward to take shelter under the roof. These 2 displacements rekindled the struggle at the left wing's entrance. Blows were exchanged, shouts erupted, and in the confusion, some blind internees found and forced open the courtyard door only to cry out that there were corpses out there. Horrified, they withdrew, and the hallway became a raging whirlpool again. Then, in a desperate impulse, the human mass swerved toward the left wing, breaking the contaminated's resistance. Many of them were already blind. Others ran madly, trying to escape their fate, but one by one they were stricken, their eyes drowning in the hideous white tide that inundated corridors, wards, the entire space. In the hallway and yard, the blind internees dragged themselves along, elderly, women, children, bruised and trampled. It was a miracle there weren't more corpses. Scattered on the ground lay shoes, bags, suitcases, baskets, each person's lost wealth, now claimed by whoever found them. An old man with a black patch over one eye came in from the yard. He'd been the first to stumble over the corpses, but he hadn't cried out. He'd waited beside them for an hour until peace and silence returned. Now, arms outstretched, he searched for shelter. He found the door of the 1st ward on the right, heard voices, and asked if there was a bed. There was one, the only one left, in the bed where the car thief had suffered unspeakably. Perhaps its aura of pain had kept others away. The arrival of so many blind people brought 2 advantages. First, psychological. The building was finally full, so they could establish stable relations without constant disruptions. Second, practical. The authorities realized feeding 2 or 3 dozen was one thing, but 240 closer to 260, with at least 20 sleeping on the floor, required timely, adequate rations. The difference between 30 people eating rations meant for 10 and 260 sharing rations meant for 240 was almost imperceptible. But the authorities, fearing further disturbances, ensured food arrived on time and in quantity. Still, after the lamentable struggle, accommodating so many was not easy. Separated couples, lost children, trampled inmates searching for their possessions. Yet the announcement of lunch was a soothing balm. Despite the chaos of collection and distribution, the atmosphere improved when all that could be heard was the noise of 260 mouths chewing. Cleaning up afterward remained an open question. The loudspeaker would repeat the rules in the late afternoon, and they'd see how well the new arrivals respected them. At least the second ward had decided to bury their dead, ridding them of that stench. The smell of the living, however fetid, would be easier to bear. The first ward, the oldest and most established, had adapted quickly. A quarter hour after eating, not a scrap of paper, a forgotten plate, or a dripping receptacle remained. Everything was gathered up, smaller objects into larger, dirtiest into less dirty. Efficient hygiene and economy of effort. The pedagogical influence of the doctor's wife, who'd repeated endlessly that if they couldn't live like humans, at least they shouldn't live like animals, had shaped their state of mind. That likely contributed to the warm welcome the old man with the black patch received when he asked for a bed. There was one. The only one, the bed where the car thief had suffered. Perhaps its aura of suffering kept people at bay. It was a happy coincidence, and not the first. All the patients from the surgery when the first blind man appeared had ended up in this ward. The doctor's wife whispered to her husband that the newcomer might be one of his patients, elderly, bald, white hair, a black patch over his left eye. The doctor advanced, asked to touch him, and found the patch. He was the ophthalmologist who'd been about to operate on the man's cataract. The old man recognized his voice now. There was no need for an operation. The doctor replied that if a cure came, they'd both need it. The old man noted that after the operation he would no longer recognize the world, and now they knew how right the doctor had been. He'd turned blind the night before. Already, panic outside was such that they'd start killing people the moment they knew they were blind. Here, they'd already eliminated 10. The old man had found the corpses. They were from the other ward, already buried. The girl with dark glasses approached. He remembered her. She smiled, thanked him, and returned to her place, calling out that the little boy was there too. The boy's voice, worn out from weeping, asked for his mother. The first blind man introduced himself and his wife. The girl from the surgery spoke up. The doctor's wife introduced herself. The old man announced he had a radio. The girl clapped her hands. Music. But the batteries wouldn't last forever. They could listen to the news, and a little music, though not everyone shared the same taste. Better to save it for news, he agreed, took the tiny radio from his pocket, and switched it on. The old man with the black eye patch began fiddling with the radio's tuning knob, his hand too unsteady at first to lock onto any station. Only intermittent noises, fragments of music and words. Gradually, his hand steadied, and recognizable music emerged. The girl with dark glasses pleaded to leave it there, and as the words grew clearer, the doctor's wife noted it wasn't the news, then asked what time it was, though she knew no one could tell her. The tuning knob continued extracting sounds until the tiny box settled on a song, a simple, insignificant tune. But the blind internees slowly gathered, not pushing, stopping when they sensed a presence before them, listening with wide eyes turned toward the singing voice. Some wept blind tears that flowed like a fountain. The song ended, and the announcer stated it would be 4 o'clock at the third stroke. A blind woman asked, laughing as if it hurt, whether that was afternoon or morning. The doctor's wife furtively adjusted and wound her watch to 4 in the afternoon, though watches themselves don't care. They just go from 1 to 12. The rest is human imagination. The girl with dark glasses heard a faint sound. The doctor's wife admitted it was her winding her watch, an automatic movement, and she immediately regretted the risk. She could have simply glanced at someone else's wrist. The old man's, she now noticed, had the correct time. Then the doctor asked the old man to tell them what the outside world was like. The old man agreed but needed to sit. He was exhausted. They settled as best they could, 3 or 4 to a bed, and he recounted what he'd seen with his own eyes before his blindness, and what he'd overheard in the days between the epidemic's start and his own fall. In the first 24 hours, he said, there were hundreds of cases, all identical, instantaneous, with the same disconcerting absence of lesions, the same resplendent white vision, no pain before or after. By the second day, new cases had dropped from hundreds to dozens, and the government announced it was reasonable to expect the situation would soon be under control. The authorities ruled out the idea of an unprecedented epidemic, instead declaring they were dealing with an accidental, temporary concurrence of circumstances, with a clear curve of resolution and signs of waning. A television commentator compared it to an arrow that pauses at its highest point before beginning its descending trajectory, praying it would soon disappear. The media repeated these words, expressing solidarity with the blind and wishing them a swift recovery. Popular optimism translated this into sayings like, "Nothing lasts forever," which in the land of the blind became "Yesterday we could see, today we can't, tomorrow we shall see again," with a slight note of doubt on the final line. But such hopes proved futile. The government's expectations and scientific predictions sank without trace. Blindness spread not like a sudden tide, but like insidious infiltration slowly drenching the earth, then suddenly submerging it. The authorities hastily organized medical conferences, colloquia, seminars, round-table discussions, but the patent futility of the debates, and speakers suddenly going blind mid-session, made the media lose interest except for those who lived off sensational stories and wouldn't miss a dramatic live report. The government's morale deteriorated visibly. Its strategy changed twice in 6 days. First, it tried to confine the blind and contaminated to specific areas like the asylum. Then, as cases inexorably rose, influential members advocated keeping the blind indoors, with families responsible, to avoid worsening traffic or offending the sensibilities of those who still had sight. They believed the white disease spread by visual contact, like the evil eye. Whole families rapidly became families of blind people, leaving no one to guide or protect them. They couldn't care for each other. They would fall together and die together. The government had no choice but to broaden requisition criteria, using abandoned factories, churches, sports pavilions, warehouses, and setting up army tents. At the very beginning, charitable organizations offered volunteers to assist the blind making beds, cleaning, washing, preparing food. They went blind immediately, but their generosity would go down in history. Did any come here? No. The city was in chaos. A bus driver went blind while driving despite casualties. People didn't pay much attention out of habit. The transport company's public relations director blamed human error as unforeseeable as a heart attack. 2 days later, another accident occurred, and a rumor spread that the driver had gone blind. People stopped using buses, preferring to go blind themselves than die because others had gone blind. A third accident involving an empty vehicle prompted the comment, "That could have been me," and how right they were. When 2 pilots both went blind simultaneously, a commercial plane crashed and burst into flames, killing everyone. The black box later confirmed the mechanical and electrical equipment were perfect. After that, those with illusions lost them. No engine was ever started again, no wheel turned. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, bicycles were scattered chaotically throughout the city, abandoned wherever fear overtook propriety. For the blind, it was catastrophic, bumping into abandoned cars, bruising shins, falling. Some pleaded for help. Others, hardened by despair, cursed and fought off any helping hand, warning that the helper's turn would come soon enough. That was how things were out there. The old man concluded only what he'd seen with his own eye. Now useless. The doctor asked why he didn't have a glass eye instead of the patch. The old man replied, what good would glass eyes be now that everyone was blind? Aesthetics and hygiene were irrelevant. The doctor observed that perhaps only in a world of the blind would things be what they truly were, and people too, since no one would be there to see them. The old man suggested a game. Each person would say what they saw at the moment they went blind. Some might find it embarrassing, but those who didn't want to participate could remain silent. The important thing was that no one should invent anything. The doctor prompted the old man with the black eye patch to begin. The old man explained that his blindness had come upon him while he examined his own empty eye socket. A sudden inflammation had drawn his curiosity, and the moment he removed the patch to look, the light vanished. An unseen voice remarked that it sounded like a fable, the eye refusing to accept its own absence. The doctor spoke next, recalling his final sight. His own hands resting on ophthalmology texts in his study, consulted in the wake of that first strange case. His wife described the interior of the ambulance, the last thing she saw before she claimed blindness to stay with him. The first blind man recounted his moment at the traffic lights, the red signal, the crossing pedestrians, then the stranger who guided him home, whose face he could never see. His wife remembered only her handkerchief, raised to weeping eyes that suddenly went dark. The girl from the surgery had been trapped alone in an elevator, reaching for a button when sight failed her, unable to know whether she would rise or fall. The pharmacist's assistant had simply closed his eyes to imagine blindness, and when he opened them, the imagination had become real. The same unknown voice observed that this too sounded like an allegory. If you wish for blindness, blindness you shall have. Silence fell. The other inmates had already retreated to their beds, counting their way along the rows from one end upward or from 20 downward, their murmured numbers fading like a litany. When the counting stopped, the girl with dark glasses confessed that her blindness had struck in a hotel room with a man above her. She faltered, unable to voice the full shame of the context, but the old man with the black eye patch pressed her. Had she seen everything white? She confirmed it, and he wondered if her blindness might be different from theirs. The chambermaid spoke last, describing how she had been making a bed when she went blind. The white sheet spread before her, smoothed with both hands, and she emphasized, with strange significance, that it had been the bottom sheet. The old man asked if everyone had told their story. The unknown voice volunteered a final account. The last thing he had seen was a painting in a museum. He described a cornfield with crows and cypress trees. A sun made a fragmented light. The others guessed at Dutch and Spanish painters. There was a drowning dog, a hay cart crossing a stream, a house on the left, a woman with a child, a meal of 13 men, a naked woman in a seashell, a battle with corpses and wounded men, all details that prompted a playful game of art historical identification, each guess contradicted or complicated by the next. The voice fell silent only when he confessed that he had gone blind while looking at a terrified horse. The girl with dark glasses observed that fear could cause blindness. The unknown voice agreed, adding that they had been blind the moment fear struck and would remain blind for as long as fear held them. When the doctor asked who was speaking, the reply came only a blind man, for that was all any of them were now. The old man posed a final, unanswerable question. How many blind persons did it take to make a blindness? No one could say. The girl asked him to turn on the radio for news, but for now there was only music. Some blind internees appeared in the doorway, lamenting that no one had brought a guitar. The news, when it came, was discouraging. Rumors of a government of national unity and salvation were circulating, but little else. In the earliest days of the quarantine, when the ward's inhabitants could still be counted on 10 fingers, a few words had sufficed to turn strangers into companions, and a few more to forgive offenses, even serious ones. But the sheer volume of human need had rapidly overwhelmed that fragile civility. Now every bed was filled, with 240 people crammed into the space, not counting those forced to sleep on the floor. The filth defied description. The lavatories had become caverns of stench. The corridors served as latrines, first occasionally, then habitually. Those who retained any delicacy spent the day restraining themselves, waiting for nightfall to creep out in search of some patch of clean ground, if any remained, amid the endless carpet of trampled excrement, risking disorientation in the vast, featureless yard, guided only by the few surviving trees and the flattened mounds that barely covered the dead. Once each afternoon, like an alarm clock, the loudspeaker repeated its instructions on hygiene, on the telephone for supplies. But what was truly needed was water, plumbers, a pair of eyes to guide and lead. Without help, These blind people would become animals. Blind animals. That thought had not been spoken aloud. It came from the doctor's wife, lying beside her husband under the blanket, whispering her desperation. She could no longer endure pretending not to see, could not bear to witness the degradation without acting. Her husband warned of the consequences. She would become a slave to everyone's demands. But she argued that someone with sight could at least supervise the food distribution fairly, and the constant arguments. He cautioned her not to forget what they were blind, simply blind, and that the world of charitable images was finished. She insisted that if he could see what she saw, he would wish for blindness himself. He replied that he was already blind, that he had spent his life looking into eyes, the only place where a soul might still exist. She declared that tomorrow she would tell them she could see. He hoped she would not regret it. She added, as an afterthought, unless she, too, had finally entered their world by then. But morning came, and her sight remained clear. The ward was still asleep. She weighed how to reveal herself, whether to gather everyone and announce it plainly, or to pretend she had regained her sight, offering hope to the others. She foresaw the risks they might resent her, or demand she leave, and she would have to explain that she could not abandon her husband. The blind internees stirred, relieving themselves of gas. The stench was already overwhelming, not just from the lavatories, but from the accumulated sweat and filth of 250 people who could not wash themselves, whose clothes grew more soiled each day, who slept in beds fouled by their own waste. Soaps and detergents lay abandoned, useless, while showers were blocked and drains overflowed. The doctor's wife's resolve crumbled. She called herself a coward, thinking it would have been better to be blind than to be such a faint-hearted missionary. 3 blind internees rose to collect the first ward's food, among them the pharmacist's assistant. Their lack of sight made the distribution a pitiful muddle, miscounting, recounting, suspicion, arguments, shoves, slaps. The chaos was inevitable. The ward stirred to life as morning rations were anticipated. Over time, they had developed a workable system. All food was carried to the far end, where the doctor and his wife, the girl with dark glasses, and the boy who still called for his mother, had their beds. Inmates approached 2 at a time, beginning with the beds nearest the entrance, number 1 on the right, then number 1 on the left, then number 2 on each side, moving in orderly sequence. It took longer, but it kept the peace. Those closest to the food served themselves last. The boy with the squint always ate before the girl received her portion, so part of hers regularly ended up in his stomach. Everyone's heads turned toward the door, straining to hear the faltering footsteps of their fellow inmates returning with the containers. But the sound that came was different, swift, urgent running, impossible for people who could not see where they were going. Yet there they were, 3 of them, panting at the threshold, trying to crowd through at once with the news they had been stopped from bringing the food. Not by soldiers, they clarified, but by other blind internees, a group from the last wave of arrivals. The doctor pressed for details. What did this mean? The answer came back from now on. Anyone who wanted to eat would have to pay. Protests erupted from all sides, disbelief, outrage, cries of theft and disgrace. Someone proposed marching together to the sergeant, but the pharmacist's assistant warned that the group was large and armed with cudgels. His own arm still ached from a blow. The doctor advocated for peaceful negotiation, offering to speak to them himself, and his wife insisted on coming along. The wounded man stayed behind, feeling he had done enough, and remained to recount the harrowing scene to the others, their food just steps away, defended by a human wall with clubs. They advanced like a small platoon, pushing through the blind inmates from other wards. When they reached the hallway, the doctor's wife saw immediately that diplomacy was futile. In the center, surrounding the food containers, a ring of blind inmates armed with sticks and metal bedrods stood like a bristling fortress, weapons pointed outward. Desperate inmates circled them, seeking gaps, trying to force through, some fending off blows with raised arms, others crawling on all fours only to be kicked or struck. Indignant cries filled the air, demands for food, accusations of robbery, outrage. Someone even called for the police, oblivious to the futility. There had been policemen among them once, but they were dead and buried. A blind woman fought her way to the main entrance and screamed for help from the soldiers. They pretended not to hear orders from above were clear: if the inmates killed each other, so much the better. She raved with desperation until her pleas went unanswered, then fell silent and retreated inside, only to be struck on the head and collapse. The doctor's wife wanted to help but could not move through the chaos. The protesters were already withdrawing in disarray, tripping, falling, some simply giving up and lying prostrate on the tiles. Then the doctor's wife saw one of the hoodlums draw a gun and fire into the air. A chunk of stucco crashed down from the ceiling, heightening the panic. He shouted for silence, threatening to shoot anyone who raised their voice again. The crowd froze. He announced that from that day forward, they would control the food guards would be posted, and anyone who disobeyed would suffer. Food would be sold, and everyone must pay. The doctor's wife asked how they were supposed to pay, and though the gunman bellowed at her to be silent, she pressed how much for a coffee and a biscuit. He threatened her, but then laid out the terms: each ward would nominate 2 people to collect all valuables, money, jewelry, watches, everything, and bring them to the 3rd ward on the left. Anyone who concealed something would be caught and punished. Payment was to be made in full up front. There would be no credit. He fired another shot for emphasis, sending more stucco down, and warned the doctor's wife personally that he would remember her voice. She replied that she would remember his face, a strange remark from a blind woman, but no one seemed to notice the contradiction. The internees fled back to their wards. The doctor concluded that they had no choice but to comply. The hoodlums were numerous and armed. The pharmacist's assistant suggested they could arm themselves 2 sticks from trees, metal rods, but the doctor pointed out the disparity: they had at least 1 firearm. Some refused to surrender their belongings, but the doctor's wife argued that there was no alternative. This was the same regime they had endured outside. Those with nothing to give would have to rely on the charity of others. The old man with the black eye patch asked who should be in charge of collecting. The girl with dark glasses proposed the doctor, and the ward agreed without a vote. The doctor asked for a second volunteer. The first blind man stepped forward. The doctor's wife emptied a bag of cosmetics and odds and ends to use for collection. Among the bottles and tubes, she discovered a pair of long, finely pointed scissors. She could not recall putting them there. She raised her head and saw the ward waiting, her husband speaking with the first blind man, the girl with dark glasses reassuring the boy that food would come soon, and on the floor behind a bedside table, a blood-stained sanitary napkin, hidden, as if the girl still felt a need for modesty before eyes that could not see. The doctor's wife found herself staring at the scissors, trying to understand why she was studying them so intently. The nickel-plated blades, the sharp, gleaming tips, but no reason presented itself. Her husband asked if she had the bag ready. She confirmed yes, holding out the empty bag with one arm while concealing the scissors behind her back. He noticed something in her voice, but she dismissed it as nothing. The doctor and the first blind man took the bag and began their collection rounds, starting with her own contributions. She removed her watch, then her husband's, her earrings, her ruby ring, her gold necklace, both wedding bands. Her fingers had grown thinner, she observed. Then the money they had brought, a mix of notes and coins. She declared that was everything. He pressed her to be thorough, and she repeated that nothing of value remained. The girl with dark glasses had already gathered her own belongings, similar, though with 2 bracelets and no wedding ring. The doctor's wife waited until the men had turned away and the girl had bent down to the boy, promising to pay for both of them. Then she withdrew to the far wall, where large nails protruded left by former inmates, perhaps to hang treasures. She chose the highest nail she could reach, and hung the scissors there, then sat on her bed. The men moved slowly down the ward, collecting from those who had something to offer. Some protested bitterly at the robbery. Others surrendered their possessions with weary indifference, as if acknowledging that nothing truly belonged to anyone. When they reached the door, the doctor asked if everything had been handed over. Resigned voices answered yes, though some remained silent, perhaps to avoid lying. The doctor's wife looked up at the scissors, surprised to see them hanging so high as if she had not placed them there herself, then reflected that they would be useful for trimming her husband's beard. When she looked back at the door, the 2 men had disappeared into the corridor, heading toward the 3rd ward on the left. The corridors were surprisingly uncongested, though normally inmates tripped and collided constantly. Ahead, the doctor and the first blind man heard footsteps and voices from other wards' emissaries. The first blind man lamented their situation, first the car thief, now these blind thieves stealing their food at gunpoint. The doctor noted the difference. These were armed, but cartridges would not last forever. The first blind man observed the doctor countered that if they ran out, it would mean they had already been used, and there were already too many corpses. The first blind man called him an optimist. The doctor insisted he was not, but he could not imagine anything worse than their present existence. His companion was not convinced that misfortune had limits. The doctor murmured that something had to happen, either something worse or things would improve, though the indications suggested otherwise. They approached the third ward, guided by the symmetrical layout of the wings. They could hear voices ahead and waited. When the barter was complete, 2 men passed them, carrying food and muttering about whether there would be enough for everyone. The doctor slid his hand along the wall until he reached the door jamb and announced they were from the first ward on the right. He stepped forward but encountered a bed placed crosswise, a trading counter. They were organized. He realized this was not improvised. The leader, the man with the gun, mocked their offering. Then the doctor heard the unmistakable sound of Braille punching a clerk, a sighted or long blind person taking inventory. That changed everything. With a gun and a spy, they were doomed. The inventory proceeded, the thug consulting the clerk on the value of each item. In the end, only 3 containers of food were offered. The doctor counted and protested. They usually receive 4 immediately. He felt the cold barrel of the gun against his neck. The blind man's aim was remarkably precise. A container would be removed for every complaint. They accepted the 3 and retreated. In the hallway, the doctor lamented that he had missed an opportunity. The gun had been at his neck. He could have grabbed it. The first blind man pointed out the risks. The doctor admitted. He was uncertain he would have used it anyway. Better that the thieves kept their arms, the first blind man argued, as long as they did not use them against the inmates. To threaten someone with a gun was already to attack, the doctor replied. The first blind man reminded him that he had said something had to happen. The doctor acknowledged that it had, and he had failed to seize it. Then it had to be something else. Back in the ward, when they presented the meager rations, some blamed them for not protesting more. The doctor explained everything: the blind clerk, the gun, the threats. The malcontents quieted, agreeing that the ward's interests were in the right hands. The food was distributed, and someone remarked that little was better than nothing, though by now it must be almost time for lunch. Another commented that the worst would be if they became like the famous horse that died when it had lost the habit of eating. A wan smile passed through the group, and someone added that at least the horse would not have known it was dying. The old man with the black eye patch had reasoned that his portable radio should be kept off the list of valuables they were forced to surrender. Its usefulness was fleeting. Batteries might fail at any moment, and the set itself was fragile. The hoarse voices coming from the tiny speaker suggested it would not last much longer anyway. He decided against any more general broadcasts, partly because the thugs in the third ward might covet it for its utility rather than its negligible material value, and where there was a gun, there might also be batteries. From now on he would listen to the news alone, with his head under the blanket, and only share items of interest. The girl with dark glasses pleaded for occasional music, to help her remember, but he was firm. The important thing was to know what was happening outside. Music could be recalled from memory. He was right. The radio's music had become as grating as a painful memory. He kept the volume low, waiting for the news, then turned it up to catch every syllable before summarizing it for his neighbors. The news passed from bed to bed, growing more distorted with each relay, shaped by optimism or pessimism, until the words finally ran dry, not because the radio had broken, but because the old man had nothing left to relay. Throughout that first day under the thug's rule, the old man had listened and passed on the news, dismissing the official optimistic prophecies as false. Now, late at night, head finally out from under the blanket, he listened to the radio's fading wheeze. Then the announcer's sudden cry of blindness, the crash of something hitting the microphone, confused sounds, exclamations, then silence. The only station he could receive had gone dead. He kept his ear pressed to the inert box, waiting for the voice to return, but he knew it would not. The white sickness had struck not just the announcer but everyone in the studio, like a line of gunpowder igniting. He dropped the radio to the floor. If the thugs came sniffing for hidden valuables, they would find justification for his omission of the radio from the list. Then he pulled the blanket over his head and wept freely. Under the dim yellowish lamps the ward gradually sank into deep sleep. The 3 meals had comforted the bodies, and for the first time in a while, the majority slept soundly, unconcerned about tomorrow. Some, exhausted from searching for an honorable way out of their torment, also fell asleep, dreaming of better days. In the first ward on the right, only the doctor's wife remained awake. She lay thinking about her husband's suspicion that among the blind thieves there was someone who could see a spy. They had not discussed it again, and she found it curious that he had not made the obvious connection to her own sight. She could have spoken, but did not she? Had no desire to state the obvious. Her gaze fixed on the scissors hanging on the wall, she wondered what use her eyesight really was. It had exposed her to horrors she could never have imagined. It had convinced her that she would rather be blind. She sat up cautiously. Across from her the girl with dark glasses and the boy with a squint were asleep. The girl had pushed her bed closer to his, almost certainly to comfort him in his mother's absence. The doctor's wife wondered why she had not done the same with her husband's bed, to avoid the constant worry that he might fall out. She looked at him, fast asleep from sheer exhaustion. She had not yet mentioned the scissors she would use them to trim his beard, but that could wait. She swung out of bed, searched for her shoes, then hesitated, stared at them, shook her head, and put them back without a sound. She moved barefoot along the aisle, the slimy floor coating her feet, knowing the corridors would be worse. She glanced around to see if anyone was awake, then continued toward the door. One of the blind women was sitting up, her empty gaze fixed on the opposite wall. The doctor's wife paused, sensing something fragile in the air, as if a single touch might break it. The woman raised her arm, as if sensing a vibration, then let it drop, no longer interested. The doctor's wife walked on more quickly now. In the corridor, she saw blind inmates sleeping against the walls, those who had failed to find beds. Further along, a blind man lay on top of a blind woman, discreet but unmistakable in their sighs and groans. The doctor's wife stopped to watch, not out of envy but out of a nameless sympathy, a compassion. Even if this moment of pleasure lasted a lifetime, they would never truly be one. They rested apart now, still holding hands, young lovers who had likely gone blind together, perhaps at the cinema, recognizing each other by voice. She sighed, raised her hands to her eyes, knowing they were only tears. She reached the hallway and looked out toward the courtyard. A soldier's silhouette stood at the gate, lit by a single light. The buildings across the street were dark. She went out onto the steps, aware that the soldier would only shoot if she crossed an invisible line. The silence was strange, as if humanity itself had disappeared, leaving only a light and a soldier keeping watch. She sat on the ground, back against the door jamb, and stared ahead. The night was cold, the wind blowing. It seemed impossible that there should still be wind, that the night should be black. She was thinking not of herself but of the blind for whom the day was endless. Another silhouette appeared, the guard's relief. Neither had any idea what was happening behind the door. The gunshots probably had not even been heard out here. A pair of scissors, even less, she thought. The thought had come slowly, like a body searching for the hollow, prepared for it by the mere idea of lying down. The soldier approached the gate, clearly looking in her direction. He pointed a torch beam at her. Now there could be no doubt, a woman seated on the ground, about to rise with agonizing slowness. He was afraid, but decided not to raise the alarm. He pointed his weapon as a precaution, but this meant setting the torch aside, and the beam shone directly into his eyes, a sudden burning, a dazzle that lingered on his retina. When he recovered his vision, she had disappeared. He would not be able to tell his relief that there was nothing to report. The doctor's wife moved through the left wing toward the third ward. More blind inmates slept on the floor here than on the right side. She walked noiselessly, slowly, the slime clinging to her bare feet. She glanced into the first 2 wards' bodies under blankets, one man awake, and voicing his desperation, the staccato snoring of the rest. The smell was familiar. It was the smell of her own body, of the clothes she wore, the same throughout the building. She halted at the corner leading to the 3rd ward. A guard stood at the door, stick in hand, swinging it in a slow, rhythmic arc, as if to block anyone approaching. The corridor was clear. No sleepers on the ground here. The blind man continued his uniform pacing, switching the stick to his other hand after several minutes. She advanced close to the opposite wall, careful not to brush against it. The stick's arc did not even reach halfway across the wide corridor. She drew level with the blind man, able to see the ward behind him. Not all beds were occupied, perhaps 19 or 20, she estimated. She edged closer, almost to the stick's reach, and the blind man turned his head toward her, as if sensing something, a sigh, a tremor in the air. Tall, with large hands, he swept the emptiness before him with rapid gestures, then took a short step. For a moment, she feared he could see her, that he was positioning himself to attack those eyes. Are not blind, she thought with alarm, but they were, as blind as all the others, all except her. In a low whisper, almost inaudible, he asked who was there. He did not shout like a proper guard. He merely shook his head, dismissing his own suspicion. Nonsense. No one could be there. Everyone was asleep. He retreated toward the door, arms hanging, sleepy, waiting for a comrade to relieve him. But there were no alarm clocks. He would have to wait until the other woke on his own. Cautiously, the doctor's wife reached the other side of the doorway and looked inside. The ward was not full, perhaps 20 occupants. At the far end, food containers were piled up, others resting on empty beds. They were not distributing all the food they received, she noted. The blind man grew restless again, but did not investigate. Minutes passed. From inside came the sound of a heavy smoker's cough. The guard turned his head apprehensively, hoping for relief. None came. Slowly, as if afraid of being caught abandoning his post, he sat on the edge of the bed blocking the entrance. He nodded for a few moments, then succumbed to sleep. She counted once more, including him. 20. Her excursion had not been in vain. She had gathered real information, but was that her only reason for coming? She preferred not to pursue the answer. The guard slept, head against the door jamb, stick slipped silently to the floor, a defenseless blind man. She tried to think of him as a thief who stole food from the mouths of children, but she felt no contempt, only a strange compassion for his drooping body, the lolling head, the swollen veins on his long neck. A cold shiver ran through her for the first time since leaving the ward, as if the flagstones were scorching her feet. She hoped it was not fever, more likely an infinite weariness, a longing to turn inward, to observe inside her own brain, where the difference between seeing and not seeing was invisible to the naked eye. Slowly, dragging herself, she retraced her steps. She passed blind internees who seemed like sleepwalkers, as she must have seemed to them. The blind lovers were asleep now, huddled together, his arm over her body, fingers clasped. The blind woman who could not sleep was still sitting up, waiting for exhaustion to overcome her resistance. The others slept, some with heads covered, searching for impossible darkness. On the girl with dark glasses' bedside table stood the bottle of eye drops. Her eyes were already better, but she did not know it. If the blind accountant had come over to this side with his writing board and puncher, he would now be drafting a lamentable chronicle. He would note that the usurpers had expelled the respectable inmates from their ward and forbidden the other left-wing wards access to their sanitary installations, forcing everyone to flock to the lavatories on this side, with predictable consequences. He would observe the contradiction between the small amount consumed and the vast quantity excreted. He would condemn the oppressors who let food spoil rather than give it to the needy. He would write of the illnesses spreading influenza, fevers, not even aspirin to be found. He would mention 2 cases of advanced cancer, the authorities having shown no humanitarian scruples, and among all these inmates, there was only one doctor, an ophthalmologist, the last thing they needed. Tired of describing so much misery, he would let his punch fall and search for the stale bread he had set aside, only to find it stolen by another blind man with a keen sense of smell. Renouncing his altruistic impulse, he would decide to return to the third ward on the left, where at least he would not go hungry. Each time the food emissaries returned with meager rations, protests erupted. Someone always proposed collective action, citing the cumulative strength of their numbers, but the more prudent reminded them of the fatal effects of handguns. Those who went ahead would face the bullets, those behind would be crushed in the panic. As an intermediate decision, one ward proposed sending a sizable group 10 or 12 to voice their discontent. Few volunteers came forward. The outcome proved prudence correct. The 8 who did go were chased away with cudgels, and a bullet whistled past their heads, whether aimed low or merely a warning no one could be sure. By coincidence, the protesters had declared themselves representatives of a specific ward, so only that ward was punished fasting for 3 days. They survived by begging from door to door, enduring harsh rebukes, and the cruelest words of all, "Be patient, be patient." When the 3-day punishment ended for the rebellious ward's 40 inmates, they hoped for relief, but instead found their rations reduced further, from barely enough for 20 to insufficient for 10. Outrage and indignation swept through them, while the other wards watched with fear, torn between solidarity and self-preservation. Then came a new order. More money and valuables were demanded. As the hoodlums claimed the food supplies had exceeded the value of the initial payment generously calculated, they insisted. The wards protested. They had nothing left. All valuables had been scrupulously handed over. Some argue that fairness required accounting for differences in contributions. It was unjust that the upright should pay for the sinner. But the hoodlums were adamant. Everyone must obey. Only the blind accountant knew the true values. Inside the wards, accusations flew. Some suspected others had held back valuables and were being fed at the community's expense. The promised inspections came, conducted within each ward by inmates against each other. No great fortune surfaced, but watches and rings were found, mostly belonging to men. Punishments were mild slaps, half-hearted punches, verbal insults. The hoodlums received the additional payment with threats, which they did not carry out. They had other plans. After a week, the hoodlums demanded women. The emissaries returned with the ward's unanimous refusal, citing human dignity. The reply was curt: no women, no food. The women protested fiercely. They would not pay with their bodies for the men's food. One woman declared she would go only if the earnings were hers alone, but she did not act on it. An emissary proposed volunteers, arguing that voluntary service was less arduous than duress. Protests erupted. Men were accused of being pimps and exploiters. Some women regretted their earlier sexual generosity, seeing it now repaid with ingratitude. The men tried to justify themselves, speaking of difficult times and the need for volunteers. When a woman asked what they would do if the demand were for men instead, the women crowed with delight, backing the men into a corner. No man had the courage to say they would go. They fell silent, defeated. A woman in her 50s, caring for her elderly mother with no other means to feed her, broke the silence. She would go. In the first ward on the right, the doctor's wife had already said the same. The first blind man declared his wife would not be shamed. The doctor replied that his own wife had made the decision, and he could not stop her. The first blind man insisted on his principles, but the girl with dark glasses pointed out that the others would feed him and his wife regardless. How would his dignity taste then? He faltered, unable to articulate his point. His wife spoke up. She was no different from the others. She would do whatever they did. He tried to forbid her. She told him he could not give orders here, and that he would not eat from now on. Her cruelty was unexpected. The hotel maid laughed bitterly, then wept, asking what they were to do. The girl from surgery echoed the question. The doctor's wife looked up at the scissors on the wall, as if asking herself the same thing, or perhaps demanding of them, "What do you want from me?" The hoodlums had already decided to begin with the women from the nearest wards, a rotation system that allowed them to track progress. The women in the right wing, facing the inevitable humiliation, found their sensual appetites sharpened by the impending threat. Men desperately marked them before they were taken. Women filled their memories with voluntary sensations to defend against the forced ones. In the first ward on the right, there were 7 women, including the insomniac and the unknown woman, and only 2 normal couples, leaving an imbalance of men. The boy with the squint did not count. An unwritten rule had taken hold. Matters were resolved within each ward, following the ancient wisdom that if you would be well served, you must serve yourself. The women from the first ward on the right would now serve the men under their own roof, except for the doctor's wife, whom no one dared approach. The wife of the first blind man, true to her word, did as the others did, discreetly, but some resistances were immovable. The girl with dark glasses refused the pharmacist's assistant. Despite all his pleading, he was paying for his earlier disrespect. Yet this same girl, the most beautiful and desired among them, chose one night to enter the bed of the old man with a black eye patch of her own free will. He received her like summer rain and satisfied her well enough for his age. The ward assumed it was charity, but some men dreamers envied the fortune of being chosen for no reason at all, just because she wanted it. Later, the doctor's wife rose to cover the boy with the squint, whose blanket had slipped. She did not return to bed immediately. Leaning against the far wall, she stared at the door through which they had entered, a day that now seemed remote, a door that led nowhere. Then she saw her husband get up, moving as if sleepwalking toward the bed of the girl with dark glasses. She made no move to stop him. She watched him lift the covers and lie down. The girl woke and received him without protest. She saw their mouths search for each other, and then the inevitable pleasure, muffled cries. He murmured forgiveness, unsure what had come over him. The girl whispered that she had wanted it too. The doctor's wife told them both to be quiet. She sat on the edge of the bed, gathered them in an embrace, and whispered to the girl she could see. The girl felt no surprise, as if she had always known but kept the secret. They whispered together, a profound and insignificant dialogue, touching hair and ears with their lips. Then the doctor's wife helped her husband back to his own bed, but her gesture now carried a different weight. Never had he needed guidance more, though he would never know why. She stroked the girl's cheek. The girl raised her hand to her lips. The doctor heard sobbing, but only the 2 women knew its source. The next day at dinner, 3 blind men from the other side appeared in the doorway. They counted the women 7. After the insomniac corrected the doctor's wife's attempt to leave her out, they laughed, calculating 3 men per woman. They gave the order when they finished eating. The women were to come over if they wanted to eat tomorrow and feed their menfolk. They warned that menstruating women would be excluded until next time. The doctor's wife assured them no one was menstruating. They left. The women could not eat. One by one, they set down their meager portions. The wife of the first blind man could not bear to swallow the insomniac, and the unknown woman followed the hotel maid. And the surgery girl had finished. The girl with dark glasses said she would vomit in the face of the first man who touched her. They stood, shaking but resolute. The doctor's wife announced she would go first. Her husband kissed her forehead. The first blind man covered his head with his blanket, as if that could protect anything. The women formed a line, barefoot, hand on shoulder, guided by the doctor's wife. They passed through the hallway. The insomniac remarked that the soldiers outside would kill them, which would be a mercy. All of them. All the women. The doctor's wife said only those destined to die would die, and death gave no warning. They entered the left wing, past the first 2 wards where women curled like beaten animals and men dared not approach. In the last corridor, a lookout announced their arrival. The bed blocking the entrance was removed. The thugs surrounded them, and the leader claimed first choice. He inspected them like soldiers on parade, fondling each in turn: the insomniac, the unknown woman, the wife of the first blind man, the surgery girl, the hotel maid. Then he reached the girl with dark glasses and whistled with delight next the doctor's wife, finding her mature but desirable. He kept both for himself. The women screamed. Blows and orders followed. The insomniac wailed beneath a large man. The others were surrounded by men with trousers down. The doctor's wife watched as the leader tore the girl's skirt, guided himself with his fingers, pushed and forced. The girl vomited. He did not notice. When he finished, he withdrew, still dripping, and ordered the others to take her, but to treat her nicely, as he might need her again. 6 men dragged her away. The leader sat on the bed, trousers around his ankles, and ordered the doctor's wife to kneel and suck him. She refused. He threatened to beat her and withhold food. She asked if he was afraid she might bite him off. He warned he would strangle her first. He recognized her voice. She said. She recognized his face, though she was blind, she claimed. A voice could have only one face. She refused again. He threatened to starve her ward. She leaned forward, held his sticky penis with 2 fingers, her other hand on the floor touching his trousers, feeling the cold hardness of the gun. She could kill him, she thought, but with his trousers around his ankles, she could not reach the pocket. Not now. She closed her eyes and began to suck. Day broke, as the blind hoodlums finally released the women. The insomniac had to be carried. Her companions could barely drag themselves. For hours they had passed from man to man, enduring every outrage that could be inflicted on a woman while still leaving her alive. The gunmen mocked them as they left. Payment was in kind, and their men would have to fetch the food. "See you again," he added derisively. "Prepare yourselves for the next session." The others echoed him, calling them fillies or whores, but their libidos were clearly waning. The lack of conviction in their voices betrayed them. Deaf, blind, silent, tottering, the women held hands, not shoulders, as when they had come, and none could explain why the gesture had simply come about. As they crossed the hallway, the doctor's wife glimpsed the soldiers outside and a truck for food distribution. Then the insomniac's legs gave way, literally, as if severed. Her heart stopped mid-contraction. Now it was clear why she could not sleep. She would sleep forever. "She's dead," the doctor's wife said, her voice expressionless. She lifted the broken body, legs covered in blood, bruised abdomen, scarred breasts, teeth marks on the shoulder. "This is the image of my body," she thought. The body of all women here. The only difference was that they, for now, were still alive. They would take her to the ward, then bury her. The men waited at the door, except the first blind man, who had covered his head with his blanket again, and the sleeping boy. The doctor's wife laid the corpse on its bed without hesitation. She repeated that she was dead. When the doctor asked what had happened, his wife did not answer the question. Could mean how she died, or what they did to them in there, and neither had an answer. She simply died. The cause did not matter. Only the 2 words remained. The women were no longer the same. The unnameable now had its own name. Nothing else. "Go and fetch the food," the doctor's wife said. Irony dictated that the husbands of 2 of the women were chosen to collect the food, the price paid for their wives' violation. The first blind man refused to go. The doctor said he would, and the old man with the black eye patch offered to accompany him. They moved off to collect the wages of shame, as the first blind man had called it. The doctor's wife told the other women to stay. She needed a bucket, water, even fetid, to wash the corpse, to wipe away blood and semen, to deliver her purified to the earth. Purity of soul was beyond reach, but the body could be cleansed. In the refectory, blind men lay on the long tables. A dripping tap trickled over garbage. The doctor's wife searched for a bucket, found nothing. One of the men asked who was there. She did not reply. She gathered plastic bags from the floor, thinking to use 2 or 3 inside each other. The blind men grew alarmed at the sound of running water. She pushed a table across their path and forced the tap water spurted, soaking her. The men drew back, thinking a pipe had burst. She tied a knot in the bag, threw it over her shoulder, and fled. When the doctor and the old man returned with the food, they could not see the 7 naked women and the cleansed corpse, nor the woman washing her companions one by one, and then herself. On the 4th day, the thugs returned to demand payment from the 2nd ward's women. They paused at the 1st ward's door, jeering about the previous night's orgy. A great night, they crowed. The 7 women were worth 14, even if one was no great shakes. The doctor's wife called from the far end. There were no longer 7 of them. One had died, she said flatly. The loss was not great. She was no great shakes. The messengers were disconcerted. Her contempt for the dead woman struck them as indecent, even for women. They hovered, undecided, until one tapped his stick and led them away. The doctor's wife watched them go. She had been raped by all 3. She had been telling the boy a story. Without a sound, She reached up and took the scissors from the nail. She promised to finish the story later. No one asked why she had spoken so harshly of the insomniac. She removed her shoes, reassured her husband she would return, and waited at the door. 10 minutes later, the 15 women from the second ward passed, some crying, tied together in groups with strips of cloth. The doctor's wife followed. They knew what awaited them. The terror was not the rape itself, but the orgy, the shame, the anticipation. The worst thing, one woman thought, was that she might feel pleasure. At the ward entrance, the lookout announced them. The bed barrier was removed, and the women entered. The blind accountant counted them eagerly, 15, and claimed the last one for himself. The men quickly sized them up, choosing by height and curves, then dragged them to the beds, stripping them by force. Weeping and pleas were met with the same reply: "If you want to eat, open your legs." Some were ordered to use their mouths. The doctor's wife slipped in, unnoticed amid the chaos. The leader's bed was at the far end, the nearby beds cleared for his freedom of movement. She advanced slowly, studying him, how he threw his head back in pleasure, offering his neck. She circled behind him, raised the scissors with blades slightly apart, and drove them into his throat with tremendous force. They dug deep, struggling through cartilage and tissue until they met the cervical vertebrae. His cry was barely audible, lost in the grunts of the other men. Blood splashed her face as the blind woman beneath him received his semen. Her screams startled the others, unlike the usual cries, and she screamed about the blood as if she had bitten off his penis. The doctor's wife whispered in her ear to be quiet, to say nothing. The blind accountant reached the body first, touched it, and declared him dead. The men stopped in disbelief. The accountant rummaged through the dead leader's pockets, removing the gun and a bag of cartridges. The women, panicking, scrambled to flee, some losing their way and colliding with the men. The accountant fired a shot to restore order, but the effect was the opposite. The men realized the gun was in new hands, and the struggle dissolved. The doctor's wife struck blows left and right, opening a path, pushing women ahead of her, digging the scissors into a man's chest when necessary. They fled into the corridor, half-dressed, stumbling. At the ward entrance, she called out in rage she would not forget their faces. The accountant threatened her, but she replied that the previous leader had said the same, and now he was a corpse. He fired in her direction. The bullet missed. She warned him that if his ammunition ran out, others would want to be leader too. She pulled back from the killing, taking a few steady steps before her strength abandoned her. She slid along the corridor wall, her vision swimming, her knees buckling until she hit the ground hard. For a terrifying instant, the whiteness she feared engulfed her sight. She thought blindness had finally claimed her, but the haze was only tears, the most violent she had ever shed. She had ended a life. The realization struck her with the force of a physical blow. She had wanted to, and she had done it. She turned her head toward the ward entrance, her body rigid with dread. If they came now, she had nothing left to defend herself. But the corridor remained empty. The other woman had vanished. The blind men inside were still paralyzed, the shock of gunfire and the discovery of their leader's corpse keeping them cowering. Slowly, her strength seeped back, though her tears continued slower now, more resigned, as if mourning something beyond repair. She forced herself upright. Her hands and clothes were slick with blood. A sudden weariness made her feel ancient. She was old. She was a killer. Yet even as the thought settled in her bones, she knew she would do it again if necessary. She asked herself when killing became justified, and the answer came from somewhere deep, when what is still alive is already dead. She shook her head at her own words, dismissing them as hollow sounds. She walked alone toward the hallway, stopping at the door that led to the forecourt. Through the gate's iron bars, she could make out the silhouette of a sentry, still a seeing person in a world gone blind. The scrape of footsteps behind her made her flinch. She spun around, scissors raised, convinced the men from the ward had followed. It was her husband. As they had passed, the women from the second ward had been shouting about what happened, how a woman had stabbed and killed the ringleader, how shots had been fired. The doctor hadn't needed to ask who. He knew it could only be her. She had told the boy she would finish his story later. He had feared she might already be dead. She stepped into his arms, embracing him, not caring that she was staining him with blood. They had shared everything until now. He asked what had happened, and she confessed she had killed a man. He wanted to know why, and she explained that someone had to act, that there was no one else. He asked what came next, and she told him they were free. The others now understood the price of crossing them. He warned of war, and she countered that the blind had always been at war. He asked if she would kill again, and she answered that she would if she must. She doubted she would ever be free of this new blindness. The conversation turned to food. She insisted they would fetch it themselves. The thugs would be too afraid to confront them for days, terrified of the same fate. He reflected that they should have resisted from the start, but she reminded him that fear had clouded their judgment. She urged them to return and fortify the ward, stacking beds at the entrance as the others did. Even if it meant some sleeping on the floor, it was better than starvation. The days that followed tested that conviction. The food delays were nothing new, but the thugs' glib justifications made them unbearable. By the third day, without even a scrap, the doctor's wife and a few companions ventured to the forecourt to demand answers. A new sergeant appeared at the railing, disavowing any responsibility. The army wasn't holding back food, there simply was none. His warning sent them retreating back inside. In the hallway's dim lamplight they gathered in a ragged circle, the doctor and his wife, the old man with the black eye patch, representatives from every ward. One man broke the silence, complaining that their misery stemmed from the leader's death. What harm would it have done for the women to service the thugs now and then? A few smirked. Others, too hungry to protest, listened as he pressed for the killer's identity. The women had all denied it. He insisted they should enforce justice and hand the culprit over in exchange for food. The doctor's wife lowered her head, the weight of his words crushing. If anyone starved, it would be her fault. But beneath that guilt, rage flared. Let the men who blamed her die first. Then a darker thought surfaced. If she confessed now, they would deliver her to certain death. Hunger and the abyss of that idea made her dizzy. She nearly spoke, but the old man gripped her arm, stopping her. He declared he would kill anyone who surrendered the Avenger. When asked why, he argued that if any shame remained in their hell, it was thanks to the one who had slain the hyena in its lair. A protest came back. Shame wouldn't fill their plates. He countered that while others had fed themselves by abandoning decency, they still had one scrap of dignity left to fight for. Pressed to explain himself, he laid it bare. They had already sent the women to pay the price, eating like pimps on their suffering. Now it was time to send the men. When someone objected to the thugs' weapons, he pointed out that only one gun existed, and the ammunition would run out. The man who had called for justice fell silent, unwilling to risk death for others' sake. A woman appeared in the doorway to the right wing, the one who had received the dead man's blood and semen, the one the doctor's wife had silenced. The doctor's wife knew she couldn't warn her now, but she saw a chance to reveal who she had saved. She declared not just the men, but the women would march back to the place of their humiliation. They would expel it, as they had spat out what the thugs had forced into them. The woman answered without hesitation. Wherever the doctor's wife went, she would follow. The old man smiled. The men's faces registered surprise, as if something had shifted in the air. The doctor took his wife's hand and asked if anyone still sought the killer, or if they would accept that the deed belonged to all of them. No one answered. She set a deadline. If the soldiers hadn't brought food by tomorrow, they would advance. They dispersed, some right, some left, careless of the possibility that a thug might have overheard. The loudspeaker crackled to life, its recorded message blaring through the corridors. The same litany of rules and warnings, the government's regret, the promises of food, the threats of death. The lights flickered and died, the speaker falling silent. A blind man tied another knot in his string, trying to mark the days, but the knots had merged into a chaotic, useless tangle. The recorded message cut off mid-sentence as the lights died and the loudspeaker went silent. One blind man, unconcerned, tied another knot in his string, then tried to count them, the knots, the days, but gave up. They overlapped into a meaningless tangle. The doctor's wife observed the darkness and told her husband the lights had failed. He guessed a fuse had blown, but she corrected him. Everything was out. The problem was external. He remarked that now she was as blind as the rest of them, and she said she would wait for dawn. She stepped into the hallway and looked outside. The city was black, the army's searchlight dead, the power grid clearly down. The next morning, the blind internees began gathering on the outer steps, straggling in at different times. They waited for the familiar sounds, the gates screech, the sergeant's command, the soldiers' footsteps, the containers hitting the ground, the retreat, the permission to come out. But morning bled into midday, and midday into afternoon. No one dared ask about the food. The question itself felt like an invitation to despair. Some fainted from hunger and heat, collapsing as if asleep. The doctor's wife seemed to notice everything, carrying them inside, reviving them with water, and slaps an uncanny awareness that made others wonder if she possessed some sight beyond eyes. Finally, the old man with the black eye patch declared what they all knew: the food wasn't coming, and they would have to fetch it themselves. They assembled in the farthest ward from the thug's stronghold, sending blind spies from the other wing to scout ahead. The doctor's wife returned with grim news. The entrance was barricaded with 4 beds stacked high. When someone asked how she knew, she said she'd felt them. No one had noticed her. A debate erupted over whether to proceed. The first blind man warned that some would die sooner if they attacked, but the old man retorted that anyone destined to die was already dead. The girl with dark glasses threatened to simply lie down and wait for death if they backed out. The doctor called for those willing to fight to raise their hands, then immediately laughed at the absurdity. No one could count them. He revised his approach, asking only those who didn't wish to go to withdraw. The weak and hesitant slipped away. The doctor's wife counted 17 remaining, including herself, her husband, the old man, the pharmacist's assistant, the girl with dark glasses, and the woman who had pledged to follow her. They lined up, armed with metal bed bars. The pharmacist's assistant lamented their small numbers, but the old man argued a narrow front was better. More would only complicate matters. They removed their shoes for stealth, joking darkly about dead men's shoes. The old man laid out a plan. 6 would shove the beds inward, creating an opening. They would stay together, facing the same direction, to avoid attacking each other. When the girl with dark glasses insisted the women not be forgotten, the old man admitted he'd rather she didn't come. She was too young. She dismissed his concern. Age and sex meant nothing here. The old man's voice shifted, almost as if speaking to himself, wishing one of the women could see as the Avenger had to guide them. The doctor's wife cautioned that such a feat couldn't be repeated, and the girl with dark glasses observed that women are reborn into each other, respectable, into whores, whores, into respectable women. A heavy silence followed. The women had said all there was to say. They filed out, the 6 bravest in front, the rest behind a ragged brigade of squalid lancers. One dropped his weapon in the hallway, the clatter like a gunshot. The doctor's wife rushed ahead alone, scouting the corridor, pressing close to the wall until she reached the thug's entrance. She listened. The voices inside were calm. She returned with the news, and the advance resumed. The occupants of the intervening wards, sensing the coming clash, gathered at their doors. Some, caught up in the tension, joined the march, arming themselves with more bed bars. Their numbers had at least doubled, though the old man would never know he now commanded 2 regiments instead of 1. Through the windows facing the inner courtyard, the last gray light of day bled away into the black well of night. The blind internees were spared the melancholy that such atmospheric changes once provoked when people still had eyes to see. By the time they reached the cursed ward's entrance, darkness had swallowed everything. The doctor's wife didn't see that the barricade had doubled 8 beds now, not 4, a fact that would prove catastrophic. The old man gave the order with a cry. Abandoning any military pretense, charging against such filth seemed absurd anyway. The blind inmates threw themselves forward like avenging angels, their bed bars raised, but the barrier held firm. Their strength was no greater than the weaklings behind them, who could barely lift their makeshift lances, as if carrying crosses they were about to be nailed to. Silence shattered. The attackers shouted. The defenders shouted back. The blind cried out in a way that was uniquely terrible, aimless, desperate, infectious. Those outside, unable to budge the beds, abandoned their weapons and threw their bodies against the obstacle, pushing with all their might. For a moment the barricade shifted, then 3 shots rang out from inside, aimed low. 2 attackers fell. The rest scattered in chaos, tripping over discarded rods, their shouts echoing off the walls as panic spread through the other wards. In the pitch black, no one could identify the wounded. The doctor's wife announced there were 2 casualties. The doctor insisted they must retrieve them. The old man acknowledged the risk but agreed. She volunteered to crawl, it would be safer, and the woman who had pledged to follow her joined. 2 men flanked them, not out of chivalry but because any angle could prove fatal if the accountant fired again. Before they set out, the old man had an idea. Their companions should shout, drown out the sounds of the rescue. As the 4 crawled forward, they encountered blood before bodies, a thick pool that told them life had ended there. The doctor's wife thought of all that blood as she raised herself on her elbows. They reached the fallen men, grabbed limbs and ankles and dragged them back. A shot rang out, but struck no one. Terror fueled their effort rather than paralyzing them. They pulled the bodies to safety, past the wall where only a stray bullet could reach. Back with the others, they couldn't identify the dead. The doctor felt for pulses, and found none. Exhausted, they retreated down the corridor, collapsing in the hallway. The thugs, strangely, didn't pursue. Their earlier aggression had dissolved after their leader's death. The accountant had seized power, but each shot he fired eroded his authority further, leaving a vacuum of discipline. The moon rose, casting pale light through the doorway. The dead and living alike took on shape and weight in that milky glow. The doctor's wife realized she could no longer pretend she could see. The pharmacist's assistant lay dead, along with the man who had predicted random shooting. Some already knew, others now had their suspicions confirmed, but the revelation no longer mattered in death. Blindness was the same for all. She led them as they dragged the corpses to the forecourt, leaving them in the moonlight. The old man suggested returning to the wards to plan, but no one listened. They dispersed, some left, some right. The woman who had sworn to follow the doctor's wife clung to her side, though the doctor's wife herself had begun to doubt vows could hold in this world. An hour passed. Hunger and fear kept everyone awake, but something else stirred in the air, restlessness born of defeat. No one ventured into the corridors, but the wards buzzed like hives. In one, a woman rummaged through her rags, finding a cigarette lighter she'd kept hidden. She clutched it furtively, old habits persisting even now. Without a word she slipped out. She passed the first ward unnoticed, crossed the hallway where moonlight pooled like milk on the tiles, and entered the other wing. At the far end, she could hear the thugs celebrating, eating, drinking, their victory loud and crude. Between her and them stood the 8-bed barricade and a loaded gun. She knelt before the beds, pulling covers aside, working methodically from the bottom up until her arms couldn't reach the highest. She didn't need to. She ignited the lighter, adjusting the flame until it became a tiny dagger of light. She set the lower beds ablaze, the fire creeping upward. She smelled her own singed hair, aware she might become fuel herself. Inside, the thugs began to shout. She imagined water beating down the flames and scrambled beneath the first bed, running the lighter along the mattress. The fire erupted into a curtain of flame. Water splashed over her, but it was too late. She was already part of the inferno. The fire leaped from bed to bed, consuming everything. The thugs wasted what little water they had, then scrambled for the windows, climbing headboards that soon collapsed beneath them. Glass shattered, fresh air fed the flames, and cries of rage turned to howls of agony. The woman with the lighter had gone silent. Panic swept through the corridors as smoke poured in, the blind inmates shouting warnings that spread faster than the flames. The ward's single doors designed for restraint, not escape, became lethal bottlenecks. 40 bodies per room, plus those sleeping on the floor, all pushing toward the same narrow exit. In a grim irony, that very flaw worked in their favor. The fire that had consumed the thugs hesitated at their barricade, buying time for others to flee. Still, chaos reigned. The blind trampled each other in their desperation, pressed together in the dark, their cries echoing off the walls. Some escaped through windows, opening onto the inner courtyard, jumping, stumbling, falling, but finding temporary safety. In the other wing, the panic mirrored the first. Mere smoke set hearts racing, crammed the corridors with bodies. Someone remembered the doctor's wife could see. They called for her, and she emerged from the ward, clutching the boy with a squint in one hand, her husband in the other. The girl with dark glasses and the old man followed. Then the first blind man and his wife all compressed together, like a pine cone she prayed would hold. More inmates leaped into the courtyard, feeling the blast of heat from the burning wing on their faces, the leaves of the trees curling above them. A voice cried out to leave the building entirely. The reply cut through the chaos. The soldiers were still there. The old man countered that death by bullet was preferable to burning the woman with the cigarette lighter. Might as well have been speaking through him. The doctor's wife insisted she would reason with the soldiers. Surely they had feelings. A narrow gap opened, and she pushed through, dragging her group with her. Smoke stung her eyes. Soon she would be as blind as the others. The hallway was a nightmare. Doors to the yard had been smashed, and the blind who had taken refuge there now fought to get out, their fear of the soldiers overriding their fear of the fire. But as the flames advanced, the old man's words proved prophetic. The doctor's wife finally emerged onto the porch, half naked, her hands full, unable to fend off those trying to attach themselves to her group. The fire lit the forecourt in harsh orange light. She shouted to the soldiers, "Let them out, don't shoot!" No reply came from the gate. She descended the steps, then the rest, her husband asking what was happening. She couldn't answer. She couldn't believe her eyes. The soldiers were gone, stricken blind, taken away, vanished. Everyone was finally blind. Then everything collapsed at once. She announced they were free. The roof of the right wing caved in with a deafening crash, flames exploding outward. The blind inmates rushed the yard, shouting, some crushed, some trampled, some left behind. The fire would soon reduce it all to ashes. The gate stood wide open. The madmen escaped. But freedom meant nothing. They stood in the road, motionless, terrified. The orderly labyrinth of the asylum had been replaced by the city's demented maze, where memory held no maps. The burning building at their backs offered a strange comfort heat that felt like protection, like walls that had once been both prison and refuge. They pressed together like a flock with no shepherd. The fire died down. Moonlight returned. Unease crept in. They couldn't stay there forever. Someone asked if it was day or night, then if food might still come. Maybe the soldiers had left because the crisis was over, because a cure had been found. They decided to wait until daybreak. Some believed the sun would tell them when. The weaker ones collapsed, fainted, or simply sat down on the ground. Some would not get up again. The doctor's wife thought it better to wait for night to pass. Finding food in the dark would be impossible. Her group asked how far they were from their homes. She gave vague answers. The girl with dark glasses wanted to return to her parents, her concern revealing the depth of feeling that many denied someone in her profession. They settled into a huddle, the women and boy in the center, the men around them, like a single body breathing one hunger. They fell into a light sleep, roused occasionally by other inmates stumbling over them. Dawn brought a thin drizzle that briefly steamed on the scorched earth before persisting. Some inmates' minds were as clouded as their eyes. They concluded the rain meant food would never come, and no reasoning could shake them. They collapsed in tears, convinced that the ruin around them had returned to its original madness. The blind man who had tripped and stayed behind was still curled on the ground, trying to preserve what little warmth remained in his body. He didn't stir as the rain intensified. The doctor's wife pronounced him dead and urged the group to move while they still had strength. They struggled upright, dizzy and unsteady, holding each other, then formed a line. She led. The others followed the girl with dark glasses. The old man, the boy, the first blind man's wife, her husband, and the doctor bringing up the rear. She intended to find shelter, leave them somewhere safe, and search for food alone. The streets were deserted in the heavy rain. Litter choked the gutters, shops stood open or closed, dark and lifeless. She spotted a pharmacy and told the others to wait. Peering through the glass, she saw shadowy forms on the floor. She tapped, one stirred. She knocked again. Others moved. They were all blind. She couldn't guess why they were there, maybe guarding the premises, though the merchandise could cure or kill. She moved on. In another shop, more people lay sprawled. One came to the door, stuck his arm out, and remarked on the rain. When she said good day, he startled. He'd lost the habit of such greetings. They exchanged brief words. She was searching for food, hadn't eaten in 4 days, was with her husband and companions. He warned her not to stay, there were too many already. She told him they'd been in quarantine, had escaped during a fire when the soldiers vanished. He observed that the soldiers must have been among the last to go blind. Everyone was blind now. She asked why he didn't live in his own house. He said he no longer knew where it was. She realized then that finding a home without sight was nearly impossible. Even she, who could see, would struggle to navigate the city's maze. The man explained that groups like his moved together, constantly displaced, owning nothing but what they wore. Someone had tried to hole up in a food shop, but the smell drew crowds, and when they refused to open, the place was torched. Now people slept in ground-level shops and warehouses to avoid stairs. The rain stopped. The group inside the shop stirred, gathered their belongings and filed out. 15 people bundled in mismatched, ill-fitting clothes, some in fur coats, no umbrellas in sight. They moved off. Along the road, other groups appeared. Men relieved themselves against walls. Women ducked into abandoned cars. Softened excrement smeared the pavements. The doctor's wife returned to her group, huddled under a cake shop awning that reeked of rancid cream. She led them to the pharmacy the others had left. The stock was intact: fridges, washing machines, stoves, all the useless trappings of a world that no longer functioned. She told them to rest while she searched for food. Her husband wanted to come. She insisted on going alone. The old man quipped that they were still in an asylum. She disagreed. They could move freely now. She kissed her husband, her heart aching, and warned them to hold the shelter against intruders. They were as dependent on her as children. She stepped out, memorizing the street name and number, then set off. The sun broke through, glinting on puddles and revealing weeds pushing through the stones. More people were out now, feeling their way along walls, bumping into each other like ants. They stopped to sniff doorways for food, then moved on. She moved faster, but the grocers she found were stripped bare. She crossed streets, avenues, squares, and finally reached a supermarket. Inside, the same devastation: empty shelves, overturned displays, blind people crawling through filth, hoping for a stray can or crust. A man got a glass splinter in his knee. A woman removed it, bandaged the wound with a rag. Jokes about pricking passed among them, the casual intimacy of strangers thrown together. She watched the desperate scuffles over scraps, the blows that missed, the jostling. She swore under her breath, using words she never would have before. Then it struck her. There must be a storeroom, backup supplies somewhere in the building. The idea seized her: a storeroom, hidden supplies, and she searched frantically for a closed door. But every door she tried stood open, revealing the same devastation, the same blind figures crawling through debris. Then, in a dark corridor, she spotted a cargo lift with metal doors shut tight, and beside it, a smooth sliding door. The basement. The blind who had reached this point must have been stopped by the elevator, never thinking there might be stairs for emergencies like now, with the power dead. She pushed the sliding door open, and was hit by 2 impressions at once: the absolute darkness she would have to enter, and the unmistakable smell of food. Hunger sharpened her senses, cutting through sealed containers like a dog's nose. She turned back to scavenge plastic bags from the litter, then paused. How would she know what to take without light? She dismissed the thought. Her real worry was whether she'd have the strength to carry anything back. Then a deeper fear gripped her. She might not find her way to her husband again. She knew the street name, but she'd taken so many turns, Despair paralyzed her until she imagined herself bent over a city map, tracing routes with her finger, as if she had two sets of eyes. The corridor remained empty, a stroke of luck, since she'd forgotten to close the door. She pulled it shut, and was plunged into total darkness, as sightless as the blind around her, but black rather than white. She kept to the wall and descended the stairs. If someone rose from below, they'd have to navigate as she had seen others do, one abandoning the wall's safety, brushing past the other. The descent stretched on one flight. 2, 3. The darkness thickened to a paste against her face. She crouched, nearly fainting, and noticed the floor was clean, an absurd detail that struck her as remarkable. Her stomach ached, a familiar pain, but now it felt like her only living organ besides her heart, which pounded blindly in the dark. She still clutched the plastic bags. She would fill them calmly. The storeroom held no ghosts or dragons, only darkness, and darkness neither bites nor offends. She'd find the stairs again, even if she had to circle the whole place. She dropped to all fours, advancing like the blind she'd observed, until her hand met something solid cold metal, a shelf upright. She explored, finding cardboard, glass, plastic, jars, tins. She filled one bag at random, then moved to the next shelf. Her hand knocked over tiny boxes. Matches. The clatter nearly stopped her heart. Trembling, she stooped, and found them the smell unmistakable, the roughness of the sandpaper, the scrape of the match head, then the spark, the tiny flame illuminating a sphere of space like a star through mist. Light. She had eyes to see it. From then on, the harvest was easy. She filled bags with matchboxes, then used the flames to light the shelves. She emptied the useless first bag, and filled it with provisions, enough riches to buy a city. A king once traded his kingdom for a horse. What wouldn't he give for these bags of food? The stairs were there, the exit to the right. She sat on the ground, tore open a packet of chorizo, black bread, a bottle of water, and ate without remorse. She needed the strength. When she finished, she slipped the bags over her arms, 3 per side, and struck matches until she reached the stairs. She climbed with effort, her food undigested, her nerves resisting. The door slid open silently. What if someone was in the corridor? No one was. She could have called out, told them where to find food, but she decided not to. She closed the door with her shoulder, imagining the chaos, blind people tumbling down the stairs, trampling each other. Better to keep it secret. She'd come back when needed. She gripped the bags and took a deep breath. They couldn't see her, but they could smell the sausage on her. She'd left a trail. She had to run. She thought of the blind man with the glass in his knee, the risk of bare feet on broken glass. She ran, shoving through groups, knocking people over, desperate and careless. The rain started again, buckets of it. Good, it would wash away the smell. Her last rag had been torn from her. Her breasts were exposed, glistening with rain. The bags were too heavy to carry high, and the scent drew a pack of dogs. She hoped they wouldn't bite through the plastic. Blind people everywhere, gaping at the sky, drinking the rain, collecting it in buckets and pans. She hadn't thought of water until now. The taps were dry, the system dead. Civilians had forgotten that pipes required valves, pumps, electricity, eyes to run them. The rain-drenched street stretched before her, a woman laden with plastic bags, picking her way through rotting litter and excrement, past abandoned cars with grass already climbing their tires. The blind stood everywhere, open-mouthed, staring at the white sky as rain fell from that impossible whiteness. She read street signs as she walked, recognizing some, forgetting others, until the moment came when she knew she was lost. She'd taken too many turns. In distress, she sank onto the filthy mud-thick ground, drained of all strength, and wept. Dogs gathered, sniffing at her bags without conviction. One licked her face. It seemed used to drying tears since puppyhood. She stroked its head, ran her hand down its wet back, and cried the rest of her tears with the dog in her arms. When she finally raised her eyes, she saw a large city map, the kind mounted for visitors. Destiny had guided her here. She traced her route. She wasn't as far off as she'd feared, just a detour in the wrong direction. She memorized the path: follow this street to the square, count 2 streets left, take the first right. The dogs drifted away one by one, until only the tear-licking dog remained, following her back through the city. They entered the shop together. The dog wasn't surprised to see people lying on the ground, so still they might have been dead. He was used to this. She closed the door and announced she'd brought food. The boy with the squint was the first to stir, too weak to do more than raise his head. The others took longer, dreaming they were stones deep sleep that only food could break. The wood itself had magic, and even the dog began to wag its tail, then shook itself vigorously, splashing everyone with holy water from the rain. The splashes helped the sleepers transform back into people. She opened the bags, and the aroma of stale bread was like the essence of life. They all woke, hands shaking, faces anxious. The doctor warned against eating too much. The first blind man dismissed the caution. Hunger was the real harm. His wife rebuked him, and he fell silent, resenting that the doctor knew nothing about eyes. But the doctor was as blind as the rest. He hadn't even noticed his wife was bare from the waist up. She had to ask for his jacket. As they ate, she told them about her adventures, editing out the closed storeroom door. She shared the story of the blind man with glass in his knee. They laughed, except the old man, who only managed a weary smile, and the boy, too absorbed in chewing. The dog got his share and repaid it by barking fiercely when someone shook the door outside. The intruder didn't persist. When Hunger was satisfied, she relayed the conversation with the man from this very shop. If what he said was true, homes were no longer certain. Keys were lost, doors broken. Their own keys had vanished in the fire. She imagined the flames consuming her scissors, melting them into shapeless metal. But the doctor produced a tiny ring with 3 keys from a pocket in his trousers. He'd remove them from her bag, afraid they'd be lost, wanting to believe they'd one day return home. The girl with dark glasses had no keys. Her parents had stayed behind when the ambulance came. The old man had been taken from his room without thinking. The first blind man's wife had fled screaming, leaving the door wide open, too panicked to remember. No one asked the boy. The doctor's wife suggested they start with the girl's house, the nearest, but first they needed clothes and shoes. She noticed the boy had fallen back asleep. Hunger satisfied, she told them to rest. She took off her drenched skirt and snuggled up to her husband. The first blind man and his wife did the same. The girl with dark glasses put her arm around the old man's shoulder. He remained awake while she slept. The dog lay down at the door, blocking it, gruff and ill-tempered when he had no tears to dry. They dressed and put on shoes. The washing remained beyond them. Still, they looked different from the other. Blind colors coordinated, styles chosen with care, thanks to the doctor's wife's guidance. The women insisted on knowing what they wore, needing their imaginations to construct an image of themselves. Footwear was chosen for practicality, rubber boots for the mud, though not everyone found a pair. The boy got sports shoes, the kind his mother would have said he'd pick if he could see. The old man wore basketball shoes that made him look comical, but they'd be filthy soon enough. The rain stopped. The blind wandered aimlessly, their only purpose the search for food. Silence had fallen over the world. No music, no life in cinemas or theaters, which had once held quarantined blind. Museums stood empty, their paintings and sculptures unseen. Hope had died when it became clear the epidemic had spared no one, not a single pair of eyes to look through a microscope, no laboratories left running. Hospitals had filled with blind doctors feeling pulses they couldn't see, listening to chests they could only hear. Patients fled hunger, dying on streets where only the stench of their corpses would earn them burial. Dogs multiplied, some resembling hyenas, their spotted pelts like putrefaction, running with hindquarters drawn in as if fearing the dead might rise and punish them. The old man asked what the world was like. The doctor's wife said there was no difference between inside and outside, between here and there. The girl asked how people were coping, and the answer was like ghosts. Certain life exists, but unable to see it. The first blind man asked about cars. It was like a cemetery. The boy alone seemed content, wearing shoes he'd always dreamed of, not saddened by his blindness. The dog of tears followed the doctor's wife, not a hyena, just a companion to living eyes. The girl's home wasn't far, but they were weak and slow. Her street was short and narrow, empty of cars and people. The doctor's wife told the others to wait while she and the girl went up. The front door had been forced, the lock twisted, the wood splintered, but she said nothing. The girl led the way, stumbling twice on the dark stairs. On the second floor, the door was closed. The girl knocked, called out, but no one answered. She wept against the door, her head on her arms. They tried the neighbors, no reply. The floor above was ransacked, wardrobes empty, cupboards bare, signs of recent occupation, vagrants passing through. They went down to the first floor. A gruff voice answered from within. The girl identified herself, asked about her parents. A gaunt old woman opened the door, emaciated, white hair disheveled, reeking of must and decay. She knew nothing of the parents. They'd been taken the day after the girl. She'd survived by hiding in the girl's own flat, climbing the fire escape, smashing a window. She'd gathered food from all the flats, eating what would spoil, keeping the rest. Now it was gone. She lived on cabbages, rabbits, hens from the back gardens, raw meat, sweet cabbage stalks. She'd gotten used to it. The old woman stepped back into the darkness of her flat, her white eyes gleaming, and gave permission for them to enter the girl's home. The girl hesitated. What was the point if her parents weren't there? But suddenly she wanted to touch her room, her bed, the pillow where she'd rested her crazy head, the withered flowers on the chest of drawers. She accepted the offer. The old woman warned them not to expect food. The doctor's wife assured her they had their own, and promised to leave some. They walked down the corridor, the stench unbearable. The kitchen was dim, littered with rabbit skins, chicken feathers, bones. A dirty plate held unrecognizable pieces of dried blood meat. The old woman explained that her rabbits and hens ate cabbages and scraps. Hens had learned to love meat. Animals adapted like people. The old woman moved steadily, as if she could see, pointing to the emergency stairs. The girl asked about the door. The old woman had the key somewhere. The girl realized that key would be useless. Without the front door keys, she couldn't rely on this neighbor every time. Her heart tightened as she prepared to enter her home and find her parents gone. The flat was clean, dust light from the rainy weather. The back gardens looked like miniature jungles. The girl's memory guided her through the rooms. Her parents' bed was unmade. They must have been taken early. She sat and wept. The doctor's wife sat beside her, offering empty consolation. In the girl's room, a glass vase held withered flowers. The water evaporated. Her blind hands brushed the dead petals. The doctor's wife opened the window. The others sat below, waiting. The dog raised his head. Night was coming. They could stay here. The old woman wouldn't like everyone tramping through, but then the girl announced the keys were still in the lock. The front door keys. The problem was resolved. The doctor's wife went down to fetch the others. They climbed the stairs, chattering, tripping despite her warnings. The girl welcomed them from the landing. The old woman came to her door, suspicious, then annoyed she'd forgotten to retrieve the keys. She demanded the promised food when no one answered. She shouted. The dog leapt at her, barking furiously. She shrieked and slammed her door. They ate sparingly from the bags. The meal, a family feast. 2 candles lit the room for the doctor's wife. The others had their own internal light. The girl and the doctor's wife went down to pay the old woman with food. She received them sourly, insinuating they had plenty if they could feed a dog. They gave what they had. She was less mean than she seemed, and gave the girl the back door keys. Muttering thanks. Amazed, they returned. The girl commented the old woman wasn't bad, just unhinged by solitude. Later in the kitchen, the doctor's wife asked what the girl would do now. She would wait for her parents, alone and blind. She'd gotten used to blindness. The doctor's wife warned her not to become like the old woman, eating raw cabbages, hating her neighbor for fear the food would run out. The girl insisted they were all already dead blind because dead because blind. The doctor's wife spoke of her responsibility as one who could still see, her duty to help. The girl wanted to stay, to find her parents if they returned, and if they would still be her parents. The doctor's wife questioned how feelings could survive without eyes. The girl asked if she loved her husband. Yes, But if she went blind, would she still be the same person? Before, the blind had felt with the feelings of the seeing. Now, the real feelings of the blind were emerging. The girl asked what she should do. Come with her, to her house. The girl hesitated, calling herself a parasite. The doctor's wife dismissed it. Blood had to serve some purpose. They would sleep, and face another day. The morning brought no relief, only the same gray exhaustion that had settled over everything. The boy with the squint woke in distress, his stomach churning violently from something that had disagreed with his weakened system. He needed the lavatory desperately, but the building's facilities had long been ruined. The neighbor on the first floor had apparently used every toilet in the place until they became unusable. It was only by some strange fortune that none of the 7 had needed to go the night before. Otherwise, they would already have known the full horror of what awaited them. Now all of them felt the urgent pressure building. The boy could not hold on any longer, his small body trembling as the animal need overtook him. The doctor's wife, her mind racing for a solution, remembered the garden below, a patch of overgrown weeds and cabbage stalks behind the building. She took charge of the boy, guiding him down the stairs as he clutched his belly in agony. He didn't make it. Before they reached the bottom, his body simply gave in to the internal pressure, and the consequences were immediate and humiliating. The other 5 made their way down the emergency stairs as best they could, abandoning whatever shreds of shame they had retained from their time in quarantine. Out in the back garden, scattered among the knotty cabbage stalks with hens watching curiously, they all did what necessity demanded. The doctor's wife watched them. Her husband, the first blind man and his wife, the girl with dark glasses, the old man with the eye patch, and the boy, and found herself weeping. She wept because they seemed unable to weep for themselves anymore. Even the dog of tears had followed them down to relieve himself among the weeds. When they were finished, they cleaned themselves hurriedly and inadequately, using handfuls of grass and broken bits of brick, sometimes only making their situation worse. They climbed back up the emergency stairs in heavy silence. The neighbor on the first floor didn't appear to question them. She was likely still sleeping off her meal from the night before. Back in the flat, an awkward quiet settled over them until the girl with dark glasses broke it, pointing out that they couldn't remain as they were. There was no water to wash, with no torrential rain like the day before, which had been their one chance to feel clean. She imagined them going back into the garden naked, receiving the generous water from the sky, letting it run down their bodies, gathering it in their hands to drink, perhaps even to offer to another. Her imagination always ran ahead of her, especially in situations this grotesque, but she had practicality too. She opened wardrobes and gathered sheets and towels. They made do with what they had, and by the time they sat down to eat, the simple act of wiping themselves clean made them feel almost human again. At the table, the doctor's wife laid out what she had concluded. She had seen enough of the city now to be certain everyone was blind. There was no water, no electricity, no supplies. This was chaos in its purest form. The first blind man suggested there must still be a government, but she doubted it, and even if one existed, it would be a government of the blind ruling over the blind, nothing trying to organize nothing. The old man with the eye patch pressed the question of a future, but she couldn't promise one. The only thing that mattered was how to survive the present. He countered that without a future, the present served no purpose, and she conceded that humanity might manage to live without eyes, but it would cease to be humanity. When he asked whether anyone still thought of themselves as fully human, she admitted that she herself had killed a man, the one who had given orders on the other side, stabbed through the throat with a pair of scissors. The first blind man was startled, but the girl with dark glasses understood it, had been an act of vengeance, and revenge, if just, was still human. The wife of the first blind man added that without justice, there could be no humanity. The conversation circled back to survival. The doctor's wife urged that they stay together. Separation would leave them swallowed by the masses and destroyed. The doctor noted that organized groups of blind people seemed to be forming, suggesting that new ways of living were being invented, but she was skeptical. All she saw were people wandering in search of food and shelter, nothing more. The old man with the eye patch observed that they were returning to primitive hordes, but with a difference, not a few thousand in an unspoiled world, but millions in an exhausted one. And blind, she added. When resources became scarce, he predicted, these groups would disband. Everyone would believe they had a better chance alone, unwilling to share whatever they managed to grab. The first blind man insisted that leaders must exist, people who gave orders and organized things, but the doctor's wife pointed out that those leaders were just as blind as everyone else. Then the girl with dark glasses said the obvious. The doctor's wife was not blind, which made her the natural person to lead them. The old man with the eye patch called her a king with eyes in the land of the blind, and she accepted the role only on the condition that they stay together instead of dispersing to their various homes. The girl with dark glasses offered her flat. It was larger, but the wife of the first blind man worried it might already be occupied. The doctor's wife said they would find out when they got there. She turned to the old man with the eye patch, asking about his home, and he replied that he had no home, only a rented room, and no family at all. The girl with dark glasses said she would be alone too, unless her parents returned. The boy with the squint surprisingly said he would stay with them, without adding the condition that his mother might come back. Perhaps the young adapted more quickly. The old man with the eye patch laid down one condition when he became a burden: they must tell him, and if they didn't, he hoped he would have the judgment to leave on his own. The girl with dark glasses pressed him on what that meant, and he spoke of withdrawing, disappearing, as elephants supposedly did. She shot back that he wasn't exactly an elephant, and he conceded he wasn't exactly a man anymore. She accused him of giving childish replies, and the conversation ended there. The plastic bags of food were much lighter now. The neighbor on the first floor had eaten from them twice, and they had left her more as a gesture of goodwill when they asked her to hold the keys. The dog of tears had also been fed. But then the doctor's wife noticed the dog was missing. She went to the back garden and found him there, devouring one of the neighbor's hens. The attack had been so quick, there had been no time to raise an alarm. The dog hesitated, only a moment aware of what he had done, aware that the woman he protected was about to leave, that he began frantically scratching at the soft earth. Before the neighbor appeared on the fire escape landing, the hen's carcass was buried, the crime hidden. The dog slipped back inside, brushed past the woman's skirts without her noticing the danger she had just narrowly avoided, and settled beside the doctor's wife, barking triumphantly. The neighbor heard him and called up, warning that the dog would kill one of her hens. The doctor's wife assured her the dog had already eaten and that they were leaving anyway. The neighbor repeated the words, her voice catching painfully, as if she wanted to ask them to stay but couldn't. She didn't open the door to say goodbye. As the group descended, the neighbor overheard one of the women complain that it was too dark to see something that didn't match the familiar experience of white blindness. The neighbor tried to make sense of it, but her tired mind couldn't grasp what it might mean, and she let it go. On the pavement, the doctor's wife arranged her companions in 2 rows of 3, bound together by a rope she had made from strips of cloth while the others slept. She was determined not to lose anyone. A fragile single-file line could be broken too easily, scattered by a larger, more aggressive group. She placed her husband and the girl with dark glasses in the front row with the boy between them, and the old man with the eye patch and the first blind man on either side of the other woman in the second row. The boy in the middle was protected on all sides. She instructed them not to hold on to her, but to grip the rope with all their strength and never let go. They kept enough distance to avoid tripping each other, but stayed close enough to feel the presence of their neighbors. The neighbor on the first floor opened her window slowly, as if ashamed of her sentimental weakness. She heard no sound from the street. They had already gone. She should have been relieved, alone again with her hens and rabbits, but she felt only emptiness. 2 tears appeared in her blind eyes. For the first time, she asked herself whether she had any reason left to go on living. She had no answer. Sometimes, there simply was no reply. They continued their slow march through the ruined city. The old man with the eye patch's former room was only 2 blocks away, but they had agreed to press on. There was no food there. They had enough clothing, and books were useless to them now. The streets teemed with blind people searching desperately, entering shops empty-handed, and emerging the same way. Debates broke out constantly about whether to abandon this district for another, but the practical obstacles were overwhelming. No running water, empty gas cylinders, the constant danger of indoor fires. Even with greens or meat, they would have no way to cook. Rabbits and hens were the usual prey, but dogs and cats had learned to mistrust human hands, hunting in packs and defending themselves with the eyes they still possessed. Canned goods had become the ideal sustenance, ready to eat, easy to carry, requiring no preparation. The doctor's wife calculated their remaining supplies as she led the group. There was barely enough for one meal, and she didn't count the dog, who would have to fend for himself. She knew she had preserves at home if no one had broken in, but enough only for 2, not for 7. Tomorrow, or the day after, she would have to return to the supermarket's underground storeroom. The question was whether to go alone or bring her husband or the younger, more agile first blind man. She weighed the options: more carrying capacity versus speed of retreat. The filth in the streets seemed to have doubled overnight. Human excrement, some of it liquefied by the recent downpour, coated the ground, and the air was thick with a stench so dense it was like pushing through fog. In a tree-lined square with a statue at its center, a pack of dogs was tearing into a man's corpse recently dead, his limbs still flexible as the animals shook them to strip the flesh from the bone. A crow hopped nearby, waiting for an opening. The doctor's wife looked away too late. The vomit surged up from her guts 2, 3 times, as if she herself were being shaken by that pack of despair. Her husband and the others, bound together by the rope, felt her convulse and pressed closer. Alarmed, she managed to explain that some of the dogs were eating another dog. The boy asked if it was their dog, but no, their companion was alive, prowling at a distance. The first blind man observed that the dog couldn't be hungry after the hen. They crossed the square and reached the shade of the trees. When the doctor's wife looked back, more dogs had arrived, already contesting what remained of the corpse. Then she saw the dog of tears approaching, his snout low, as if following a trail, an old habit, because this time he needed only to glance up to find her. The avenue they entered was broad and lined with tall buildings. Expensive cars filled the street, many of them serving as homes for blind people who had found it easier to navigate back to a vehicle than to a house. One enormous limousine parked outside a bank had clearly become a permanent residence. The doctor's wife, curious, asked what had happened to the banks. The old man with the eye patch, who had seen the early chaos with his one remaining eye, told the story. People had rushed to withdraw their savings, terrified of being left blind and penniless. The government had pleaded for calm, promised to assume responsibility, but the crisis only deepened. Banks closed their doors, sought police protection, but it did no good. Crowds gathered, some still seeing, others already blind, all desperate. They tore through bank halls, looted tills, forced open drawers and safety deposit boxes, stripped automatic tellers of every last note. The entire banking system collapsed, and yet money still had value. People who had it refused to let go. Some blind people had even taken up residence in bank vaults, guarding their hoards with passwords and hand signals, leaving only to forage for food and water before returning to their treasure in the dark. The light was fading when they finally reached the street where the doctor and his wife lived. It was just as squalid as everywhere else, with blind people wandering aimlessly. For the first time, she saw 2 enormous rats, so large that even the cats avoided them. The dog of tears regarded them with the indifference of someone existing on another plane of emotion. At the sight of familiar surroundings, the doctor's wife felt not melancholy, but disappointment. She had foolishly hoped her street would be clean, her neighbors blind only in their eyes, not in their understanding. She said as much aloud, and her husband asked what was wrong. She dismissed it as daydreams, and they began the slow climb to the 5th floor, pausing on each landing to catch their breath. The dog wove between them as if born to guide a flock. Open doors on the landings revealed figures who asked who was passing. The doctor's wife recognized one voice and simply said they used to live here. Her neighbor's face flickered with recognition, though she said nothing. On the last flight of stairs, before she even reached the landing, the doctor's wife saw that the door was locked. There were marks of a forced entry attempt, but the door had held. Her husband produced the keys from his inside pocket, and she gently guided his hand to the keyhole. The flat, despite the inevitable layer of dust that had settled during their absence, was remarkably clean. The doctor's wife had prepared for the worst before they left, washing dishes, making the bed, tidying the bathroom, a sensible precaution against the frantic scramble that would have awaited them had they died. Her hands had trembled, and her eyes had been full of tears, but she had done what she could. Now the 7 of them stood in the entrance, paralyzed by the unexpected sensation of entering a space that was merely stale and in need of airing, rather than reeking of the outside world's putrefaction. It felt like paradise, and the contrast was overwhelming. The wife of the first blind man voiced their shared concern they would ruin the place with their mud and excrement-caked shoes. The doctor's wife, knowing that in this world dirt only accumulated, asked them to remove their shoes on the landing. Their feet were far from clean, but after the earlier attempt with towels and sheets, the worst of the filth was gone. She collected the shoes in a plastic bag, intending to scrub them eventually, and carry them out to the balcony. The sky was darkening with heavy clouds. She wished for rain. When she returned to the sitting room, her companions were still standing, silent, exhausted, but not daring to sit. The doctor's hands had left marks on the furniture as he ran them over the surfaces. She told them to take off their clothes. They were nearly as filthy as the shoes. The first blind man protested at the idea of undressing in front of each other, but his wife cut him off, stripping where she stood, reminding them all that the doctor's wife had seen them in far worse states. The girl with dark glasses began undressing the boy. The doctor and the old man with the eye patch struggled out of their trousers, one leaning on the other, their awkward, comical movements almost painful to watch. They lost their balance and fell together, laughing despite everything, their bodies covered in grime, their private parts besmeared. The doctor's wife helped them up, thinking that soon it would be dark enough for no one to feel embarrassed. She remembered the old oil lamp with 3 nozzles, and knew she had oil and could improvise wicks. The girl with dark glasses undressed slowly. Her sudden modesty inexplicable after all she had endured, perhaps because of the other naked men present, one of whom had slept with her. The doctor's wife gathered the soiled clothes and took them to the balcony, where she herself undressed, looking out at the black city under the heavy sky. No lights glowed in the windows, no reflections on the facades, just a vast hardened mass of pitch shaped like buildings. The dog of tears appeared, restless, but there were no tears to lick away. The despair was all inside her, her eyes dry. She felt cold, and remembered the others standing naked in the room, waiting. She went back inside and saw them as simple, sexless forms, shadows in the half-light. Their blindness spared them the sight of one another's degradation. She lit the oil lamp, one tiny flame after another springing to life, flickering until they settled into solid little pebbles of light. Now she could see, and she went to find clean clothes. The girl with dark glasses and the wife of the first blind man covered themselves self-consciously, though the doctor's wife knew it was the lamp's light that made them feel exposed, not her gaze. She brought back an armload of clothes, pajamas, dressing gowns, skirts, trousers, underwear, enough to dress them all. The boy ended up in a pair of the doctor's beach trousers, which made him look like a child. At last they sat down, exhausted but clean. In the sitting room, they arranged themselves on the sofas. The boy fell asleep immediately, his head in the girl's lap. An hour passed, and under the soft lamplight their grimy faces seemed washed, their eyes shining. The first blind man reached for his wife's hand and pressed it. The doctor's wife began to speak about how they would live. There was room for everyone. The couples would take the bedrooms. The others would sleep on the sofas. She would need someone to accompany her on food expeditions, both to carry supplies and to learn the route, in case one day she fell ill or lost her sight. There would be a bucket on the balcony for their bodily needs, unpleasant, but better than letting the flat become a sewer. She reminded them of their degradation in quarantine, and how now they had no one else to blame, no excuse but themselves. She spoke of good and evil, of what it meant to have eyes in a world where everyone else was blind, and she finished by saying it was time to eat. No one asked questions. The doctor said that if he ever regained his sight, he would look into others' eyes, as if into their souls. The old man asked if he meant souls or minds, and the doctor said the name didn't matter. Then the girl with dark glasses, surprisingly articulate, said that inside each of them there was something with no name, and that something was what they were. The old man with the black eye patch knelt in the cold bath, the shallow water barely covering his shins. He took a deep breath, then cupped his hands and splashed the frigid water against his chest, the shock of it nearly stealing his breath away. It was a far cry from the torrential downpour the women had enjoyed, but it was water, and it would have to do. He began to wash himself methodically, scrubbing the filth from his skin, working his way from shoulders to arms, chest to stomach, then lower, feeling the grime dissolve under his hands. He soaped his hair, letting the lather run down his face, and when he reached to untie his eye patch he paused, then removed it and dropped it into the water. At that moment, he felt hands on his back, gentle, slow, gathering foam and spreading it across his shoulders. He froze, unable to speak, trembling not from cold, but from something deeper. The hands finished their work and withdrew, and the door closed softly behind them. He remained kneeling in the bath, shaking, the question of who had touched him unanswered, though reason told him it must have been the doctor's wife, the only one who could see. He did not believe in reason. He rinsed the eye patch, wrung it dry and put it back on, feeling less naked with it in place. When he emerged into the sitting room, clean and shaven, the doctor's wife remarked that he'd had no one to wash his back, and he said nothing, knowing he had been right not to trust reason. He moved quickly, splashing water over himself to forestall the shiver, then began soaping methodically shoulders, arms, chest, stomach, groin, between his legs, thinking he was worse than an animal. He worked the lather down his thin thighs to the grime on his feet, prolonging the process as if the soap itself might undo what he had become. When he reached his hair, he loosened the eye patch and dropped it into the water, feeling oddly warm now, wetting and soaping his white hair until he was a man of foam, hidden in the midst of an immense white blindness where no one could find him. But he was deceiving himself. He felt hands on his back, gathering foam from his arms and chest, spreading it slowly across his shoulders carefully, as if the unseen hands needed to pay closer attention to the work. He wanted to ask who it was, but no words came. Now he was shivering, but not from cold. The hands finished their task and withdrew. The bathroom door closed softly. He remained kneeling in the bath, trembling, unable to know who had touched him. Reason told him it could only be the doctor's wife, the one who could see, who had protected and cared for them all. But he did not believe in reason. He fished the eye patch from the bottom of the bath, rubbed it clean, wrung it dry and put it back on. With it in place, he felt less naked. When he entered the sitting room, clean and shaven, the doctor's wife remarked that they already had one man who was clean. Then, as if remembering something overlooked, she added that he'd had no one to wash his back. He did not reply. He had been right not to trust reason. They gave what little food remained to the boy. The others would wait. The larder held preserves, dried fruit, sugar, leftover biscuits, dry toast reserves for extreme necessity. For now, they rationed 2 biscuits each with jam and 3 walnut halves, a glass of water. The wife of the first blind man wanted to join the next food expedition, both to help carry and to check on her home to see if it had been occupied by neighbors or by relatives who had fled the countryside to the relative safety of the city. So the 3 of them set out in dry clothes, leaving the washed ones to dry. The sky stayed overcast, no rain threatening. Water had swept the rubbish into small heaps, leaving stretches of pavement clean. The doctor's wife wished the rain would last. Sunshine would only worsen the filth and stench they already had. The wife of the first blind man agreed, noting that they noticed it more now that they were clean. Crowds of blind people filled the streets, taking advantage of the break in weather to search for food and relieve themselves where they stood. Dogs scavenged everywhere. One carried a drowned rat, a rare sight explained by the recent floods. The dog of tears kept to himself, chewing something he'd found, ignoring his former pack. The first blind man and his wife memorized the 4 corners of their street, using them as cardinal points for the blind. Groping hands were more reliable than compass directions. The dog lifted his leg to the 4 corners of the wind, leaving a scent trail that would guide him home if he got lost. The doctor's wife scanned the streets for food shops, finding old-fashioned groceries with dried beans and chickpeas in their storerooms, unappreciated because they required cooking, water, and fuel. She filled 2 bags with them, recalling her grandmother's wisdom: keep what is of no use now, and later you will find what you need. The water for soaking would become broth. Loaded with beans and chickpeas, they made their way toward the street where the first blind man and his wife lived. He stopped at the corner with the traffic lights, the spot where he had first gone blind, trapped in his car, unable to see, people shouting outside, until the man who would steal his car took him home. His wife said the dead man would never steal again, and the doctor's wife reflected that people always try to find excuses for the dead, as if asking for forgiveness in advance. The wife said it all still felt like a dream, and her husband agreed. He had thought the same when he was at home waiting for her. They climbed narrow, labyrinthine streets. The first blind man knew the way when she called out the street names. He told her which way to turn. Finally, he announced their street, the building on the left. But he couldn't remember the number. It had simply gone from his head. His wife supplied it, and they entered, climbing the dark, luminous stairs that the sighted would have found oppressive, but that she had grown used to. They passed 2 blind women coming down from the upper floors. Strangers, now neighbors, were no longer the same. The door was closed. The doctor's wife asked what they should do, but the first blind man said to leave it to him. He knocked 3 times. Just as someone said there was nobody in, the door opened. A blind person at the back of the flat couldn't come running. The man who opened it had a serious, polite face. He seemed like someone they could talk to. The first blind man explained he used to live there. The man asked if he had anyone with him, and when he heard about the wife and a friend, he wanted proof. The wife offered to describe the interior, and after a pause the man let them in. The doctor's wife entered last. No one needed a guide. The man said he was alone. His family, his wife and 2 daughters, had gone for food. He was a writer, he explained, and cared about using the right words. The first blind man felt flattered that a writer was living in his flat, but hesitated to ask his name. His wife asked directly. The writer replied that blind people didn't need names. They were only their voices. The doctor's wife pointed out that books carried names, but he said no one could read them now. They might as well not exist. The first blind man returned to what mattered to him: how the writer had come to be in his flat. The writer explained that he'd been displaced, kicked out of his own home by people who wouldn't listen to reason. When asked if he'd tried to get it back, he said he had, twice, but the occupants were still there. The first blind man asked if the writer planned to throw them out as he'd been thrown out. The writer said he had neither the age nor the strength, and even if he did, he doubted he could act so quickly. A writer learned patience. He would leave them the flat, if no other solution could be found. The doctor's wife had already guessed the writer's proposal. They should continue as they were, each watching their own home, moving back when it became free. The first blind man wasn't sure he liked the idea, but the writer pointed out the alternative: reclaiming the flat immediately, which would leave the writer homeless. The wife of the first blind man intervened, saying they should leave things as they were. The writer then suggested another solution. They could all live together as his guests. The wife refused. They would stay with their friend. The writer, who had been waiting for someone to reclaim the flat, accepted. The conversation turned to quarantine. The writer asked about their experience, and the doctor's wife said it was worse than horrible. The writer, as a man of words, should know that adjectives were useless. One should state facts directly and trust the horror to speak for itself. The writer wondered if they had too many words or too few feelings. He wanted to know how they had lived during quarantine, but the doctor's wife said he would have had to be there. He countered that a writer had to ask and imagine. She promised to tell him one day, so he could write a book. He said he was already writing it. When asked how, blind, he showed them using a ballpoint pen on paper placed over a soft surface, following the impression of the last line with his fingers, calculating the distance to the next. The doctor's wife, looking at the tightly compressed, sometimes overlapping lines, asked how he knew they overlapped. She could see. The writer was astonished. She was the only person who had never lost her sight. He asked her to tell him about quarantine, but she said she would answer another day. She asked to see his work. In the bedroom, on a tiny table under dim light, there were blank sheets to the left, written ones to the right, and a half-written page in the middle. She picked up about 20 pages, scanning the tiny uneven handwriting words inscribed in Blindness. He had said he was only passing through. These were the signs he had left. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and he raised it to his lips, saying she must not lose herself, must not let herself be lost, enigmatic words that didn't seem to fit the moment. When they returned home with enough food for 3 days, the doctor's wife recounted the visit, interrupted by the excited interjections of the first blind man and his wife. That night, she read to all of them from a book she had fetched from the study. The boy with the squint fell asleep, his head in the lap of the girl with dark glasses, his feet resting on the legs of the old man with the eye patch. They set out 2 days later, the doctor, his wife, and the girl with dark glasses. The doctor wanted to see what had become of his surgery. The girl wanted to pass by her home, not because she believed her parents had returned, but to ease her conscience. The others stayed behind. The first blind man and his wife already knew what they could count on. The old man with the eye patch had his own reasons, and the boys still couldn't remember where he'd lived. The weather was bright, the rain had stopped, and the pale sun was already warm on their skin. The doctor worried about what would happen if the heat worsened the rotting rubbish, the dead animals, the corpses inside houses. The worst thing, he said, was the lack of organization. There should be structures in every building, every street, every district. His wife suggested a government, but he insisted on organization. The human body lived only as long as it stayed organized. Death was merely disorganization. She asked how a society of blind people could organize itself, and he said that to organize oneself was to begin to have eyes. She wasn't sure, but the girl with dark glasses pointed out that thanks to her eyes they were still alive. The doctor's wife countered that they would be alive even if she were blind. Everyone was dying anyway. It was just a matter of time. The doctor agreed that dying had always been a matter of time, but the girl insisted that dying just because you were blind was the worst way. The doctor's wife said they were not immortal, but at least they should not be blind. How, he asked, if this blindness was concrete and real? She wasn't sure, and neither was the girl. They reached the surgery without having to force the door. The key was still on the doctor's ring. In the waiting room, the girl with dark glasses recognized the space where she'd been and spoke of the dream continuing, though she didn't know what dream it was, whether the dream of dreaming she'd had that day or the dream of always having been blind and coming to be cured of an inflammation. The doctor's wife said the quarantine was no dream, nor the rape, nor the stabbing. The doctor asked to be taken to his office. The place had been ransacked, papers on the floor, file drawers emptied, probably by people from the ministry. But the instruments seemed to be in order. The doctor advanced with his arms outstretched, touching the lens box, the ophthalmoscope, the desk. He told the girl he understood what she meant about living a dream. Then he sat down, placed his hands on the dusty desktop, and with a sad, ironic smile, addressed an imaginary patient, saying there was no known cure, only the old wisdom that patience was good for the eyes. His wife asked him not to make them suffer. He apologized. This was where miracles used to happen, but he no longer had the evidence of his powers. She said the only miracle left was to go on living. He said she spoke as if she were blind, and she agreed she was blind with their blindness. The doctor said she was like a witness summoned to a court by someone unknown to testify about who knows what. She spoke of time running out, putrescence spreading, disease finding open doors, water running out, food becoming poison. The girl asked for her second statement, and she said, "Let's open our eyes." But they couldn't. They were blind. The doctor quoted the saying that the worst blind person was the one who didn't want to see. The girl said she did want to see, but he replied that wouldn't be why she would see. The only difference would be that she would no longer be the worst blind person. Then he said there was nothing more to be seen here, and they left. On their way to the girl's home, they crossed a square where groups of blind people listened to speakers proclaiming apocalyptic visions and mystical doctrines, the end of the world, the death of the sun, voluntary blindness, the death of the word. No one was speaking of organization. The doctor's wife noted perhaps organization was in another square. Further on she observed more dead in the road than usual. The doctor reminded her that she'd already said time was running out, disease increasing, food becoming poison. The girl wondered if her parents were among the dead, passing by without seeing them. The doctor's wife said it was an old custom to pass by the dead without seeing them. When they reached the girl's street, it seemed even more deserted. At the building's entrance lay the body of a woman dead, half devoured by stray animals. The doctor's wife recognized her as the neighbor from the first floor. The girl asked why she had gone out when she never did. The doctor suggested she felt death near and couldn't bear to rot alone inside. Now they couldn't get in. The girl didn't have her keys, but in the dead woman's half-open palm, a set of keys glinted. The doctor's wife picked them up. Perhaps the neighbor had brought them down so the girl could get into the flat. Perhaps she'd suspected something unnatural about how they moved around, or heard her say the stairs were dark. The only certainty was that her life had ended when she stepped outside. They couldn't leave her there. They dragged her stiff body up to the second floor and down the emergency stairs to the back garden, a hard task, requiring 4 rests on the way. No one else in the building appeared. The garden was overgrown, a jungle of weeds and grass with rabbits hopping about and chickens pecking. Exhausted, they sat on the ground beside the corpse, the doctor's wife chasing off the curious hens. She remembered that the neighbor had opened the rabbit hutches before she died, not wanting them to starve. The girl cleaned her dirty hands on grass. The doctor said they needed a spade, words returning for the same reasons as before. The doctor's wife went up to find a clean sheet, then searched the garden shed and found tools. She wrapped the body and began to dig. The doctor's wife took charge of the burial. The ground was damp and easy to dig. She chose a spot without thick roots, though roots had their own cunning ways of deflecting blows. She worked alone while the others rested. She didn't notice the blind figures appearing on the surrounding balconies drawn by the sound of digging. Even soft soil produced noise, and hidden stones responded loudly to the shovel. They appeared like fluid ghosts, watching out of curiosity, perhaps recalling their own burials. Only when she straightened her aching back and wiped her brow did she see them. Moved by an irresistible impulse, she called out to them and to all the blind of the world she would rise again. Not live again, the distinction mattered. The blind people took fright and retreated inside, unable to understand such words, unprepared for such revelation. Her husband asked why she'd said that. She didn't know the words had come into her head. He joked that she'd be preaching in the square soon. She laughed and asked him to help lower the body into the grave carefully. She'd made it deeper because of the hens. She filled the grave with a shovel, stamped the earth firm, made the small mound that always remains. From a rose bush in the corner, she broke a branch and planted it at the head of the grave. The girl asked if she would rise again. No, the doctor's wife replied. Those still alive had a greater need to rise by themselves, and they didn't. The doctor said they were half dead. She countered that they were still half alive. The girl wanted to leave a sign for her parents, something they might recognize by touch, but she had nothing from the old days. The doctor's wife looked at her sitting on the stairs, her lovely face anguished, hair spread over her shoulders, and knew what to do. She fetched scissors and string and cut a lock of the girl's hair. If her parents returned, they would find it hanging from the door handle. The girl wept, overcome with sorrow, and found herself also crying for the dead neighbor, the eater of raw meat, who with her dead hand had restored the keys. The doctor's wife observed that the order of things had inverted. A symbol of death had become a sign of life. The girl tied the lock of hair to the door handle herself, and they left. That night, they had another reading. There was no other distraction. The doctor wasn't a violinist. Now there was only the music of words, a long thread of sound that could last into infinity. When the reading ended, late, the old man with the eye patch observed that this was all they were good for now. The girl said she could stay like this forever. He wasn't complaining, just noting that they were lucky to have a pair of seeing eyes among them. If those eyes were extinguished, the thread linking them to humanity would break. The girl said she would keep hoping to find her parents, for the boy's mother to turn up. The old man reminded her of the hope they all shared regaining their sight. She called it mad to cling to such hopes. He said without such hopes he would have given up already. She pressed him for another example, and he refused, saying she wouldn't be interested. She insisted. He relented the monstrous wish of never regaining their sight, so they could go on living as they were. She asked if he meant all together, or just the two of them. He tried to avoid answering, but she cornered him, and he admitted with her. She pressed further, and he confessed that the man he still was loved the woman she was. She said she loved him enough to want to be with him, the first time she'd ever said that to anyone. He warned that the woman she was today might not be the woman she would be tomorrow. She said life had already decided. They faced each other, blind eyes staring into blind eyes, and agreed to live together. She held out her hands, he pulled her toward him, and they sat side by side. No one spoke, no congratulations, no wishes for happiness. These weren't times for festivities. Silence was the best applause. The doctor's wife made a bed of sofa cushions in the hallway for the boy, and that night, it became clear whose hands had washed the old man's back on the morning of the rain. The next morning, still in bed, the doctor's wife told her husband they needed to go out again. There was little food left. She planned to return to the supermarket's underground storeroom, hoping no one else had found it. He offered to come with her and suggested bringing others, but she preferred to go alone. It was easier, less chance of getting lost. He asked how long she could carry the burden of 6 helpless people. She said she would manage as long as she could, but she was exhausted, sometimes even wishing she were blind like the others, free of obligation. He admitted they had grown dependent on her without her. It would be like a second blindness. She promised to carry on as long as she could, but no more. He mentioned that one day, when they could no longer do anything useful, they should have the courage to leave this world as the writer had said. She doubted the writer would say that now with real hope. He sensed something in her voice, as if something had been taken from her. When he pressed, she admitted she was thinking of what had happened with the girl at the quarantine. He claimed the girl had wanted him, but she corrected him. He had wanted her. He was surprised by his own faulty memory. She said something offered was more ours than something we had to conquer. He asked if she was jealous. She said no. Not even then. She had felt sorry for both of them, and for herself because she couldn't help. Then she asked about their water supply, and he said they were running low. After a frugal breakfast, with veiled hints about the previous night's events, and odd consideration for the boy who had witnessed far worse, the doctor's wife and her husband set out, accompanied only by the dog of tears, who refused to stay behind. The streets worsened with every hour. Rubbish seemed to multiply overnight, as if phantom carts from some still-living country were emptying their loads. The heat was already oppressive, the stench rising like toxic gas. The doctor predicted epidemics. His wife said at least rain would quench thirst, and wind would clear the stench. The dog sniffed restlessly, stopping to investigate heaps of rubbish, but duty pulled him onward. Walking was difficult. Steep streets had become torrents that threw cars against buildings, smashing doors and windows, covering the ground with broken glass. Wedged between 2 cars, a man's body rotted. The doctor's wife looked away. The dog approached, but fear stopped it. Its fur stood on end, and it howled. The trouble with this dog was that it had grown too close to humans and would suffer as they did. They crossed a square where blind people listened to speeches about organization, private property, markets, stock exchanges, taxation, prisons, police, governments, the death of the word. The doctor's wife noted that here they were talking about organization. Her husband said he'd noticed. She consulted a street map on a corner, like an old roadside cross. They were close to the supermarket, the same place where she had broken down and wept, grotesquely weighed down with bags, consoled by the dog who now snarled at approaching packs. 1 street left, 1 right, and there was the entrance. But no one was going in or coming out. She feared the worst. Perhaps, her husband suggested, the basement storeroom hadn't been discovered. They stood opposite the supermarket, 3 blind people beside them, as if waiting for traffic lights. One of them looked puzzled, confused, opened his mouth to speak and closed it again. As they crossed the road, the blind people commented on her phrase about not seeing still not having lost the habit of seeing. The supermarket's wide hall was illuminated by daylight. Shelves were overturned, nothing but refuse and broken glass. It was strange that no one was around, even if there was no food. Why was it empty? The dog whimpered, its hair standing on end. The doctor's wife smelled rotting, a different smell from the general decay. Her husband said there must be a corpse, she couldn't see it. The dog whined. They crossed to the door leading to the basement corridor. When she opened it, the stench intensified. She told her husband to stay, and went down the corridor alone, the dog following reluctantly. The air was thick with putrefaction. Halfway down, she vomited. She reached the metal door and saw small flames flickering around its edges, phosphorized hydrogen from decomposing bodies. She vomited again violently. The dog howled, a long, never-ending lament. The doctor heard her, and ran, stumbled, fell, got up again, and finally held her in his arms. She begged him to get her out. For the first time since the blindness began, he guided her without knowing where, away from those doors, those flames he couldn't see. Outside the corridor, her sobbing became convulsive. The dog did not approach, only looked for a hand to lick. When she could speak, she said they were dead. She hadn't opened the door, she'd only seen the will-o'-the-wisps. The bodies must have rushed down the stairs looking for food, slipped and fallen, blocking the way, and others had closed the door, turning the basement into a tomb. She blamed herself when she'd run out with her bags. They must have suspected food and gone in search of it. Her husband said everything they ate was stolen from someone, and if they robbed too much, they were responsible for deaths in a way. Everyone was a murderer. She said it was small consolation. He told her not to burden herself with imaginary guilt when she already carried responsibility for 6 useless mouths. She asked how she could live without his useless mouth. He said she would live to support the others. She wondered for how long. He said not much longer. Soon they would roam the fields, picking fruit, killing animals, unless dogs and cats devoured them first. The dog of tears did not react. Its recent transformation had not been in vain. The doctor's wife felt as though her legs had turned to water, each step a monumental effort against the weight of her own exhaustion. The shock from what she had witnessed in the supermarket basement had hollowed her out, leaving only a trembling shell. As they emerged into the harsh daylight, she and her blind husband staggered together, neither truly leading the other, just 2 figures propping each other up against collapse. The brightness stabbed at her eyes, and for a dizzying moment she feared her sight was finally failing, but she recognized this as the familiar spin of near fainting. She remained conscious, barely, her body screaming for rest. She needed to lie down, to close her eyes, to let her lungs fill and empty in a steady rhythm. Only a few minutes of stillness, she was certain, would restore enough strength to carry on. Yet the thought of lowering herself onto the filth of the street was intolerable, and returning to that place of death was unthinkable. Her gaze swept the surroundings and landed on a church across the way. It offered shelter, a floor to rest upon. She turned to her husband and managed to explain her desperate need to lie down there. He agreed without hesitation, though he could not see where they were headed. They crossed and approached the 6 shallow steps leading to the entrance. Each one demanded a fresh toll of her waning energy, made worse by the need to steady and guide him alongside her. The heavy doors stood wide open, a small mercy, for a revolving door would have been an impassable puzzle in their state. The dog that had followed them paused at the threshold, its ancient instincts warring with loyalty. Generations of its kind had been barred from such sacred spaces, yet the call to stay with its human proved stronger. It pushed forward, and once inside, the animal proved its worth by clearing a small patch of floor, with a low growl and a few firm shoves of its body. The church was packed with people, and the dog's intervention made just enough room for the woman to collapse, finally surrendering to the faint that had been threatening her. Her husband knelt and found her pulse steady, though thin. He worked to shift her into a sitting position, coaxing her head down between her knees to restore blood flow. After several frustrating attempts, he succeeded. She let out a long breath, stirring back toward awareness. He urged her to remain still, but she felt no trace of dizziness. In fact, Her vision was already clearing, picking out the clean tiles around her. She lifted her head, scanning the pillars and vaulted ceiling to test her balance, and announced that she was recovering. Then she froze. Her eyes, steadier now, registered something impossible. Every statue, every painting, every sacred image in that church wore white bandages over its eyes. A crucified man, his mother with 7 swords through her heart, both blinded, a woman teaching a child, a man reading to a child, a martyr pierced with arrows, a woman holding a lamp, a wounded saint, a figure with a lion, another with a lamb, one with an eagle, a warrior over a fallen demon, a man with scales, an old man with a lily, another leaning on a sword, a woman and a dove, a man and 2 ravens, all of them, their eyes covered in white. Only one woman in a painting remained uncovered, because she held her own gouged-out eyes upon a silver platter. She spoke to her husband in a shaken whisper, telling him what she saw. He expressed his surprise, and together they speculated. Perhaps a priest had done this, his faith shattered by the shared calamity, wanting to blind the images so they could not look upon the world's suffering. She argued that images see through the eyes of those who look upon them, but now, those eyes are gone. As she spoke, she felt a creeping certainty that even if her physical sight never failed, she would grow more blind with each passing day, for there would be no one left to see her. A nearby voice interrupted a blind listener who had caught her words. She deflected, claiming her talk of seeing was just habit. When the stranger pressed about the bandaged statues, she insisted it was true, and urged him to verify with his hands. He challenged her to swear on her eyes, and she did so without hesitation. On his and on hers, she swore. The news spread through the church in a rising murmur, shifting from doubt to alarm. The idea that the holy figures were as blind as the congregation struck some as unbearable, as if the very icons of faith were now the living dead. Panic erupted. People surged for the doors, bodies tangling in the chaos. The blind fled and fell, trampling one another in a grotesque scramble. Some left their belongings behind. Others, driven by hunger, eventually crept back to reclaim what they could. A few even suspected the woman had fabricated the whole story to engineer the panic and steal their food. But her empty bags remained empty until the dog, now free in the square, began to forage, signaling the location of salvageable items. The woman and her husband gathered what they could, filling their bags halfway, and left the church without guilt. Back among their group, the story of the bandaged images drew varied reactions. The first blind man and his wife found it deeply disrespectful. The old man with the black eye patch, however, imagined the scene with a kind of grim fascination, a museum where every sculpture had its eyes covered, not as an omission by the sculptor, but as an added layer of blindness. He mused that his own eye patch seemed almost romantic by comparison, and he laughed at the thought. The wife, though, could not bring herself to recount the true horror of the supermarket basement, that rectangle of pale flickering light atop the staircase to the dead. That vision remained locked within her, beyond words. The girl with dark glasses shuddered at the thought of those blind statues invading her nightmares. She already had more than enough darkness to haunt her sleep. They ate what they had, rancid as it was, the only food left to them. The doctor's wife voiced what had been weighing on her mind. Finding provisions was growing harder by the day, and perhaps the only answer was to abandon the city for the countryside, where they could forage for healthier food, and maybe find stray goats or cows to milk. Wells would provide water, and they could cook properly again, if only they could find the right place. The group debated, some with more energy than others, but all agreed that the decision could not wait. The boy with the squint supported the idea eagerly, perhaps remembering happier times from past holidays. After the meal, they lay down to rest, a habit learned during quarantine when they discovered that sleep helped dull the pangs of hunger. That evening only the boy received anything to eat. The rest sat together for the reading, feeding their minds instead of their bodies. But exhaustion pulled at them, and more than once a listener's eyelids would droop, consciousness slipping toward a hibernating stillness, only to be jolted back by a sharper turn in the story. The doctor's wife, noticing these drifting attentions, would close the book softly rather than snap it shut, sparing them the embarrassment of being caught. The first blind man appeared to be in that same drowsy state, but his eyes were closed for a different reason. His mind churned with a plan to leave the city, and he could not shake the feeling that abandoning their home was a mistake. No matter how kind the writer had been, someone ought to keep watch over the place. He was wide awake, his vision filled with that familiar white brightness, and he suspected only sleep could darken it. Then, without warning, the whiteness vanished, and his eyelids went black. He thought at first that he had finally dozed off, but no, he could still hear the doctor's wife reading, still hear the boy cough. Terror flooded him. He had passed from one blindness into another, from the blindness of light to the blindness of darkness. He trembled, and his wife asked what was wrong. He answered, almost senselessly, that he was blind, as if that were news. She tried to soothe him, telling him they were all blind, and there was nothing to be done. He explained that he had seen darkness, that he had been sure he was asleep but wasn't. She urged him to rest, to stop thinking about it. Her advice felt hollow, and irritation rose in him. Just as he was about to snap back, he opened his eyes and saw. He shouted that he could see. The first cry still tinged with disbelief, but the second and third confirmed it. He embraced his wife wildly, then ran to the doctor's wife and hugged her, seeing her for the first time, though he already knew her. He embraced the doctor, the girl with dark glasses, the old man with the black eye patch, the boy with the squint, all of them. He could see them clearly. His wife followed him, refusing to let go, and he turned back to hold her again. Then he addressed the doctor by his title, something they had not used in a long time, asking if he could see perfectly. The doctor confirmed it, questioning whether any trace of whiteness remained. The man insisted there was none, if anything. His sight was sharper than before. The doctor then voiced what everyone had been afraid to hope. Perhaps the blindness was finally ending, and they would all recover. Hearing those words, the doctor's wife began to cry, not from sorrow, but from the sudden release of all the tension she had carried. Her resistance crumbled, and she wept like a newborn, the tears coming from somewhere deep and unconscious. The dog of tears found her, as it always did, and she clung to it, overwhelmed by a loneliness so intense that only the animal's strange thirst for her tears could ease it. The joy soon turned restless. The girl with dark glasses asked what they should do now. Sleep would be impossible. The old man with the black eye patch suggested they wait, and they did. The lamp's 3 flames lit their faces as they talked, first eagerly, wanting to know if the cure had come from the eyes or the brain. But as the night wore on, their words grew quieter. The first blind man told his wife they would go home the next day. She reminded him that she was still blind, but he insisted he would guide her. His words carried layers of protection, pride, and authority. Late into the night, as the lamp's oil began to run low, the girl with dark glasses felt her sight return. She had kept her eyes open, as if waiting for vision to enter through them, and finally, she whispered that she thought she could see. Now, 3 of them could see one more, and they would be a majority. The girl embraced the doctor's wife first, and both of them wept, the dog unsure which tears to attend to. Then she turned to the old man with the black eye patch and embraced him. The situation had changed. She could now see his wrinkles, his baldness, his eye patch, everything that had been hidden by blindness. He braced for her to recoil, but she accepted him completely, confirming that he was the man she was living with, and the embrace said more than any words could. At dawn, the doctor regained his sight, removing any remaining doubt. He asked what was happening outside, and from the floor below, a neighbor shouted that they could see the city seemed poised for celebration. Their next meal felt like a feast, even though the food itself would have repelled any ordinary appetite. Elation replaced hunger. Even those still blind laughed as if they could already see. The girl with dark glasses proposed leaving a note at her parents' door, so they would know where to find her if they returned. The old man volunteered to accompany her, eager to see the world outside. The first blind man and his wife decided to venture out as well, hoping the writer might have recovered and could reclaim his home. Minutes later, the doctor sat alone with his wife. The boy dozed on the sofa, and the dog lay watchful, its muzzle on its paws, opening and closing its eyes. Through the open window came the roar of excited voices from the street. The crowd was shouting that they could see. a phrase that now seemed to belong to another world. The boy stirred in his sleep, murmuring, perhaps dreaming of his mother, asking if she could see him. The doctor's wife asked about the others, and the doctor assured her that the boy would likely be cured by the time he woke, and the rest would follow soon. He warned that the old man with the black eye patch might face a complication. His cataract had probably worsened, but he could be operated on once life returned to normal. She pressed further, asking why they had become blind in the first place. The doctor admitted he did not know, though perhaps one day they would find out. She offered her own thought that they had not truly gone blind. They were blind, but they could see, and yet they did not see. She rose and went to the window. Below, the streets were still cluttered with refuse, but the people were shouting and singing. She lifted her gaze to the sky and saw only white. It was her turn, she thought. Fear made her drop her eyes back to the city, which was still there. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end. Some stories end when the final page is turned. Blindness begins to echo after it's over, leaving you with questions that don't have easy answers about compassion, fear, power, and what truly holds people together when everything familiar falls apart. In 2008, the novel was adapted into the film Blindness, directed by Fernando Meirelles, and written for the screen by Don McKellar. Rather than giving the characters names, the film preserves Saramago's choice to keep them anonymous, reinforcing the idea that this story could belong to any society. At the same time, the film condensed several events and relied more on visual storytelling, since much of the novel's power comes from its internal narration and philosophical reflections. Julianne Moore's performance as the woman with a doctor became the emotional center of the film, while Mark Ruffalo, Gagal Garcia Bernal, Alice Braga, and Danny Glover brought the remaining characters to life. Cinematographer César Charlone used bright, overexposed lighting and soft focus to recreate the unsettling white blindness described in the novel, instead of the darkness audiences might expect. One of the production's biggest challenges was convincing actors to move as if they had suddenly lost their sight. The cast rehearsed extensively to develop believable body language and eye movements, allowing their performances to feel authentic rather than theatrical. Fernando Meirelles also chose not to identify the city or country where the story takes place, staying true to the novel's universal message that this could happen anywhere. No film could completely capture Saramago's unique narrative voice, but the adaptation remains remarkably faithful to the spirit of the novel, preserving its emotional weight and its unsettling questions about human nature. If this retelling sparked your curiosity, I highly encourage you to experience José Saramago's original novel. Its distinctive writing style offers an experience that is impossible to fully recreate in any adaptation. If this story stayed with you, I'd love to know what moment affected you the most, or whether you saw its ending differently. And if you enjoy thoughtful story retellings like this, your like, subscription, and share help bring more remarkable books to life for others. Until next time, keep reading, keep imagining, and remember, some of the most unforgettable stories don't end when they're finished. They stay with you, quietly changing the way you see the world.